Evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is KABALE, and I'm the PRO of Uganda Land Commission. We are humbled to have you here today as Land Commission, and we thank you for coming as our stakeholders. Hello. Thank you for coming once again. This is our 5th engagement in KABALE. We've had one at Mstili in Kampala. We had one, Buganda 1 in Mukono. We had Uganda 2 in Masaka. And then we had Mbarara. And we are in KABALE today. And we are really excited, our stakeholders, that whatever we discuss today is going to be important for our region and useful. This is a stakeholders workshop on the development of the comprehensive government land inventory, and you're all welcome. In the bags that we have, among the documents that are there is our program. I hope everyone has a program. So let's look at our program today. The first activity is arrival and registration of the participants. I hope everyone has registered at the table. Has everyone registered? Every one of us? Please do if you've not registered. And the next on the program is the opening prayer, which is going to be by me. Then we shall have introductions of the participants. Each one of us will tell us your name, what you do, and the district you're coming from. Then we shall have objectives of the workshop presented to us by our commission, one of the commission staff. There will be remarks, welcoming remarks by the mayor of KABALE municipality. There will also be remarks by KABALE LC5 chairperson, remarks by the RDC KABALE, and then there will be remarks, the opening remarks by our secretary at ELC, Mr. Andrew Nyumba. So I request each one of us to humble ourselves, and we have a word of prayer before we begin. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's humble ourselves and we call the Lord to guide us. Let's humble ourselves. Dear Lord, we, your people today, come in your presence with gratitude for the life, for the peace and the joy you have given each one of us. And as we gather here, your presence, we call upon the Holy Spirit to guide us. Let all that we deliberate today be of great impact, society, and the generations to come. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all. Amen. No, I've been requested by my chairman to wait for the minister. So DJ, give us an interval as we wait for the minister. She's around the corner. And when she comes, we shall continue with the program. Thank you.
Take this singular honor to welcome you to this regional workshop.
Buganda 1 Regional Engagement on Government Land Management.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Mbarara City, the land of milk and honey.
When government land is protected, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Us who are here and the future generations.
If the ownership of land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, if documentations are not there or are not able to be found, the implementation of these programs is slowed down.
This land which we call government land is our land for generations to come. When it is forestry land, whether it is national park, whether it is a wetland, it is reserved for us, our future generation.
I think what many people don't understand is that the presence of government land in your area is a big asset for the development of that area.
No chimangwe nitaka ya ganji bakani bajete ganji. No chimanyangu nuwetrandi no kukusane bandi kutozo okwiba mataka ga government. I want to tell you, God will curse you.
So if we don't utilize these chances as they come in, time will come, another region will enjoy. Remember, there are regions which wasted their time. They don't want to go there. Now they are crying of poverty.
But I think since the president declared this term, Kisanja, no more sleeping and no more corruption, I think we are at it. We must get all our land back.
So it is our responsibility, all of us in leadership, all of us in government, to protect government land. Leave it for major government development.
You must be number one in reporting. And once they know that there is a person reporting in Imbarara to Zanira yo, Zanira hand. So for the people of Imbarara sub-region, the people whom I know love development. The people whom I know understand where they are going, where they are coming from, and where they are. And those who have a wider Ankole understanding, with a wider importance of utilization of their land and the land for government, your effort is very vital. And let us work together, both central government, local governments, cultural leaders, professionals, communities, civil society organizations, the private sector, to ensure that land is no longer uncertain or no longer poorly understood.
Tonight I'm going to sleep. In fact, I'm going to stay here because Uganda Land Commission, you have really pulled me from 90, from 100 at least 60. Let's not shame our president who appointed us in different posts. Now let's serve.
Let us inform the key people so that our land is secured, because this land will benefit us, will benefit our children and our grandchildren.
It is now my singular honor, very single honor, the first of its kind, to officially declare the Imbarara Regional Stakeholders Awareness Meeting on Government Land Management and the Development of a Comprehensive Government Land Inventory officially open.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Masaka City.
We are dealing with an issue of land, government land, which is cross-cutting in terms of different perspectives, different dimensions, different institutions, different stakeholders. But at the end of the day, we all have a role to play. We want to make sure that government land is identified, is protected.
There are specific objectives as to why we are here today. One is to create awareness on the development of a government land inventory, to explain the legal and policy framework that underpin this key exercise, and to present to you, our key stakeholders, the methodology and implementation framework that we have, to clarify on the institutional roles that will be involved in the development of this inventory.
On our part, as Masaka City, we have been proactive, trying to secure titles for city land, but we have found many problems. Most of the land is encumbered. You find prime land titles put on top of other titles. Some of them have already been developed. Big buildings are sitting on this land, which was allocated irregularly.
Protecting government land is not a responsibility that can be carried out by one institution alone. It requires us to work together, share information, and ensure that government land is managed in the wider interests of the people of Uganda. As we continue these regional engagements, our purpose is not simply to come and speak to you. We have also come to listen to you. The people in this room understand the land issues in your districts far better than any file kept in Kampala can tell us. You know where government institutions are located, where boundaries have become unclear. You know where government land has been encroached upon. You know where records are missing or incomplete. And in some cases, you even know the history of particular pieces of land going back several generations.
When most of you speak about government land, it's sometimes easy to think only about titles and boundaries, but this is beyond. When we talk about government land, we are talking about land that is existing and it is planned for government use. Either it is being used by government or it has a plan for future use. And we are talking about land that is holding our schools, our health centers, our courts of law, our security institutions, our agricultural institutions, land that is planned for any government activity. And behind every piece of government land, there should be a public purpose. It may be land on which we are seeing physical development, but it could also be land that is reserved for future use.
So if the ownership of that land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, or its documentation cannot be found, implementation is slowed down. Projects or program implementation becomes more expensive. Sometimes resources have to be diverted towards resolving land problems instead of delivering the service for which those resources were originally intended. That is why government land management is also an issue of efficiency in public administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the comprehensive government land inventory gives us an opportunity to address some of these challenges systematically. Rather than waiting for a problem to arise, government should know the status of its land beforehand.
The exercise we are undertaking is therefore not simply a matter of compiling another list of titles. A comprehensive government land inventory should ultimately provide government with a reliable, structured, and continuously updatable picture of its land assets.
Some key action points that should be noted together with others that we may suggest. First of all, we need to nominate focal persons for each respective local governments. And two, we have submit lists of government land within every district jurisdiction. And we are going to continue with district level engagements together with field surveyors, boundary opening, inspections, and verification of government land parcels.
We thank you so much. I take this singular honor and privilege to declare our Buganda 2 regional workshop closed. Thank you so much. For God and my country.
Hello, let's all rise up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all rise up for the national anthems, please. Together we always stand. We can have our
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can have our seats. Let's take our seats. I take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi. She's the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bwamba County, Bundubujo District, and she is our Minister of State for Lands. Thank you, Madam, for coming. So according to our program, let's continue with it. The next activity will be the self-introductions, but before that, please allow me to invite our session chair, the commissioner at ULC, Mr. Augustine Bujara Ruchika. You are welcome. He's a born of this region. Please take over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, our communications officer, Letitia, for inviting me to take the privilege of chairing the first session of the stakeholders' engagement on the development of a comprehensive land inventory in the Chigezi sub-region. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome. As she has already introduced me, my name is Augustine Bujara Ruchika, and I'm going to take you through the session chair Honorable Minister, you are most welcome. The Kigezi sub-region is most grateful that it is the first regional meeting where they have started with you. That is a very big opportunity that you have started with us. It means it was at your heart, you stayed in Kigezi, and here you are ready to work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow participants, the minister is very, very particular in knowing the people she is going to address. We therefore like to take this opportunity to take us through, it's not a roll call, but self-introductions. We can start. I have, let me take the opportunity of introducing my team of Land Commission. Uganda Land Commission, you are aware, is a body that is established. It's an agency that is established to manage and hold government land and land fund. Yesterday, I heard a talk show in KABALE at the Voice of Kigezi, and I received overwhelming support of this function of compiling a comprehensive land inventory, government land inventory. We are here, Honorable Minister, 6 districts from Old Kigezi district, which is now a sub-region. May I now take this opportunity to request that we introduce ourselves. For the Uganda Land Commission, we have our chairperson. We are led by our chairperson, Professor Nyeko Penimogi. Is seated next to the right of the minister. Is the one leading the Uganda Land Commission. He has a strong team seated in front here. Honorable Rosemary Tumusime Bikaku is a member of Uganda Land Commission. Mr. John Fisher Kasenge is a member of Uganda Land Commission. Haj Asmani Chafu is a member of Uganda Land Commission. And the Honorable Helen Paul is a member of Uganda Commission. And Mr. Dennis Nduhura Mwebaze is also a member of Uganda Land Commission. May I therefore take the opportunity to request you to introduce yourselves. One, you can say your name, the office you hold, and the district you come from. Let's go clockwise. Okay. Okay, thank you. Rwanda district. Yes.
Mkate so LC5 chairman, Rukunjiri district.
Thank you very much, Rukunjiri. Tanong district, thank you very much, my cow. That is my area of origin. Tanong district, thank you. Next. It is a small room and Wachiga used to talk from one mountain to another, and we would hear each other. You can talk.
the organizations in this region, and give direct corruption of Uganda as a non-government organization.
Rumasha Frederick, Chairman, District Land Board, Rukunjiri District.
Welcome.
Son area.
Most welcome.
Biamuch Benson, area chairman, area around committee, we are in the sub-county, Rukunjiri district.
Thank you very much, Rukunjiri. You are sending us a big team.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Nwaga Wayagabe. I'm the sub-county chief. We are the sub-county Rukunjiri district.
Thank you very much. Rukunjiri is still in attendance.
I am Katera Wiriba, chairperson Area Committee, Kamwen Sub-County, Ruchiga District.
Thank you very much, Ruchiga.
Good morning. I'm Edgar Musingzi, in for the District Production Officer, Kanungu.
Most welcome, Kanungu.
I'm Mildred Kundakwe, the Production Officer, Rukunjiri District.
Good morning. I'm Constance Alinda. I'm in for DCDO Rukunjiri District.
Thank you.
Robert Tukundane, Captain, Diso Kawari.
Most welcome, Kabale, the host district.
Agaba Martin, Senior Land Management Officer, Rukunjiri District.
You are most welcome.
I'm Asime Tracy, Secretary, Rukunjiri District Land Board.
Rukunjiri District still leading in sending us good delegation. Most welcome.
I'm Anita Ninsima, Secretary, Land Board, Chisoro District.
Chisoro District, you are welcome.
I'm Code Wans Dennis. I'm a Senior Fisheries Officer in for DPMO Rwanda District. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Ruben, Secretary Line Board, Rwanda District.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Majanga Tom, District Physical Planner, Rukunjiri.
Welcome. Next, let's move faster.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kirandemano, Staff Surveyor, Rwanda District.
Most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Staff Surveyor Kanungu.
Most welcome.
Timothy Nwebiona, District Physical Planner, Rwanda.
Thank you very much.
I'm George Agava, Senior Environment Officer, Kanungu.
Welcome.
Memory Gumoshabe, Environment Officer, Rukunjiri.
Most welcome.
Mwesije Kenneth, Chairperson, District Land Board, Kanungu District.
Most welcome.
Tulihabwe Silver, Chairperson, Area Land Committee, Chief Sub-County, Kanungu District.
Most welcome.
Samuel Aurira, in for Sub-County Chief Sub-County, Kanungu District.
Most welcome.
Tuesday Javra are my names, and I work with Rwanda FM. I'm a journalist here.
Most welcome, media.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abraham Morishaba. I work with Voice of Kigezi Kabale.
Thank you, Abraham. Hosted me last evening.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Enoch Andiamachi. I work with Tayari Media, Banyakigezi FM.
Most welcome, media, again.
My name is Kwerunda Ambrose. I work with the Diocese of Kigezi, Revival Radio.
Most welcome, religious and media together.
I'm Obed Kanchiro. I work with the Source Media. It's an online news agency.
Most welcome.
Ndaula Nicholas, Monitoring and Evaluation Officer, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Most welcome.
Good morning, all protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Bole Irene, policy analyst in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Our supervisor, the ministry, you are most welcome.
Akomhanje Odia Mutabazi, Town Clerk, Ruchiga Mparo Town Council.
You are most welcome.
Buzigi Kenneth, Staff Sergeant.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Martin Emilu, Staff Surveyor, KABALE Emzo.
You are most welcome, KABALE.
I'm Banuba Francis, Senior Registrar of Titles, Head KABALE Emzo.
Most welcome.
Turiajen Emmanuel, Physical Planner, KABALE Emzo.
You are most welcome.
Confidence to Inamasko, Kanungu District Local Government.
Most welcome.
My name is Rwamutembani Desire, Chairman, Chiga District Land Board.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joan Katsime, Physical Planner, Chiga District. Thank you.
Most welcome, Chiga.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rasmin Salim. I work with a marketing agency and I'm also a social media influencer.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Manzi Gordon. I am the Principal Secretary KABALE District of Government for the KABALE.
You are most welcome.
Protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. I'm Wamboga Alex, a land officer with Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Musenze Samuel, land officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Agumisiza Nelson. I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Ruchiga District.
You are most welcome.
I'm called Baga John, Forest Officer, Ruchiga District.
You are most welcome.
I'm Asimwe John, the Senior Land Management Officer, KABALE Local Government.
You are most welcome, KABALE. You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ronnie Wahungule. I'm a Senior Land Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brutus Teremu, Staff, Uganda Land Commission.
Most welcome.
Msimenta, Sub-County in Ruchiga District.
Most welcome, Ruchiga.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Idude. I work with Uganda Land Commission as Principal Land Officer.
Thank you, Paul.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Agnes Naibare. I'm a staff at Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you, Agnes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fiolina Habwenyamwiza, Finance Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mzali Harriet, Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Winfred Nandugwa, Senior Land Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Most welcome, Winnie.
Good morning, everyone.
You are most welcome.
I'm Henry Tumwesa Mutoro, the District Natural Resources Officer, KABALE.
Most welcome.
Jimmy Musime is my name. I'm the Chairman, Rwanda District Land Board.
You are most welcome.
I'm Nyamtuzo Harriet for Deep Work Sorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ainekana Wilfred, Senior Management Land Officer, Rwanda District.
Most welcome.
Morning. Nzagabito, Town Clerk for Rwanda Town Council, Rwanda District.
Most welcome.
My name is Makorodi Kanyamba Silvano, Chairperson, Muko Sub-County, Land Committee, Rwanda District.
Most welcome.
My name is Banzbaze John. I work as
Most welcome.
The Innocent, Forestry Officer, Kisoro District.
Most welcome, Kisoro.
My name is Judith Muja. I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Kisoro.
Most welcome.
Joseph Tumsime, the Staff Surveyor, Kisoro District.
Kisoro, most welcome.
Nyirakubanza Winifred, Physical Planner, Kisoro.
Enoch Ndikumana, Principal Community Development Officer, Kisoro District.
Most welcome.
I'm Goodwin Fry, Chief, Muramba Sub-County, Kisoro District.
Most welcome. Thank you very much, fellow participants, for introducing yourselves. But as a session chair, who knows what the Honorable Minister may want, would like to know how many RDCs are represented here. RDCs. I have not heard an RDC introducing. Chayune, from which district? Which district? Rwanda. Rwanda, thank you very much. Is it only Rwanda with an RDC? Rwanda, you were leading very well in the attendance. Do we have the chairman LC5 Rwanda? LC5 not invited. Do you have the cow of Rwanda? Not invited. Oh. But most of all, from my experience, we are hosted by a city here, Kabale City. We are on the list of cities. We have our mayor of the Kabale City, not invited also. So, Honorable Minister, that is the gap I wanted to observe before you come so that you don't repeat it. Chairpersons, LC5, cows, and the mayor and the RDC are very important persons for this workshop. This workshop is not only intended for the technical staff of the districts, but we intend to take it even further to the lower local governments, of which those key persons, key officers are responsible for disseminating such awareness and information. Nevertheless, that one will be sorted as we go along. Honorable Minister and fellow participants, you are aware that the main purpose of today is to hold a regional workshop of Chigezi sub-region on development of a comprehensive government land inventory. When you are reading that statement, don't leave out government. It is not an ordinary land inventory. This is a government land inventory. As I told my listeners last evening, the Constitution of Uganda gives the ownership of land to the people, to the citizens of the country. I think it should be even clause 1, chapter 1. Land belongs to the people. And if you aggregate that into 100%, 23% of the land mass of Uganda belongs to government. Government owns 20% of Uganda's land mass. I explained further government land is not that empty land. It is the land where government property, the ministries, departments, and agencies have their property allocated. Government can also acquire land either by compulsory or by any other ordinary means, and it becomes government land. And other pieces of land of government may be seen as to be free, but they ought to be reserved for future generations of Uganda to come. Now, I explained, you all know as leaders of local governments that government land is that holds government departments, ministries, and agencies. I've been reminded, I beg your pardon, that I forgot to introduce our secretary, the secretary of Uganda Land Commission, Mr. Nyumba. Andrew Nyumba. Nyumba is house. Mr. Andrew Nyumba is our secretary of Uganda Land Commission, the CEO of Uganda Land Commission. And in the house, we also have the representative of the permanent secretary, Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. Can give up your name? Thank you. With those few observations on attendance, may I have the honor of inviting Mr. Roni Bahungure. They want to come? Okay. Mr. Sam Musenze, come and it doesn't matter, names don't matter. We are on the topic, on the subject now. Come and tell the participants the objectives. What do we expect from the objectives of the workshop? You are most welcome, Sam.
Thank you, the Assistant Chair. Once again, my name is Musenze Samuel. I'm a land officer, Uganda Land Commission, and I'm here to take you through the objectives on the stakeholders workshop towards the development of land inventory. Can move forward. Here we have the main objective of the workshop is to bring together key government institutions, stakeholders to build a common understanding and share the commitment towards the development of Uganda's first comprehensive government land inventory as the main objective. And we happen to have the specific objectives of this workshop. The first one is to create awareness of the government land inventory, to explain the legal and policy framework, to present the methodology and implementation, to clarify institutional roles, to mobilize stakeholders' commitment, to promote inter-agency coordination, to discuss challenges and solutions, to build consensus on the way forward, and strengthen the land governance. In details, we are going to look at these specific objectives. To create awareness, this is to clearly bring an understanding of what government land, what inventory is, why is it being developed, and what is the intended purpose in protecting government land. To explain the legal framework, this is to clearly bring you and understanding of the constitutional mandate of the Uganda Land Commission, the National Land Policy, the Land Act, and other instruments under printing the exercise. Another one is to present the methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to bring you a technical approach, implementation phases, data that is required, verification, surveying, and digital systems. To clarify the institutional laws, this is clear to defend the responsibilities of the Uganda Land Commission. What are they supposed to do towards achieving this government, and eventually the Ministry of Lands, what's their role? The MDAs, what are they supposed to do? The local government from respective districts, as we have been hearing, the survey and mapping, and the security agencies, they are also key players in this exercise. To mobilize commitment, this is by securing institutions to nominate focal persons, to submit land records, and support field verification. The promotion of coordination, this is to enable collaboration and sharing of land records, cadastral data, and other relevant data sets. To discuss the challenges and solutions, this is by clearly addressing the fragmented records, untitled land, encroachment, the overlapping mandate, and inadequate data. To build a consensus, you are very aware there is nothing you can do without agreeing on a particular occasions. This is clearly to agree on the mandate, on the immediate actions, timelines, when to have it, communication channels, and support required for rollout. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th objective is to strengthening land governance, and this will be achieved to promote government land from encroachment and fraudulent transactions. To improve, this will improve also planning and delivery of public infrastructures. For example, the roads, we have the schools, and the hospitals, among others. This will also bring support in government land titling, enhanced collection of non-tax revenue from government land once it's secured, reduce land disputes, litigation matters in court, and the compensation costs that may cost the government. This will also improve transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decisions, as well as safeguarding government assets for current and future generations. Dear participants, today's workshop marks the beginning of a collaborative national process, and its success depends on active participation of each and every one of you, the ministry, department, agency, and local government. As we gather here, we look forward for your constructive discussions and valuable recommendations. Together, we lay the foundation for a modern, secure, and transparent land management system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam, for your elaborate taking the participants through the objectives of the engagement today. At this juncture, I would like to, as the mayor reached. The next on our list was welcome remarks by the mayor from KABALE municipality. But if he is still absent and or not represented, was supposed to be followed by the chairperson LC5, KABALE district. Do we have a senior representative from KABALE district? The host, do we have the RDC KABALE district? RDC KABALE district. The nearest district from KABALE is Rwanda. Just at Bubale there, you enter Rwanda. Can we therefore have the opportunity of being welcomed by the RDC who is with us here? And you tell the minister that she's welcome to Chigezi sub-region. You are most welcome, our honorable available RDC in the meeting.
The Honorable Minister of State for Land, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, the members of the Uganda Land Commission, Chairperson is LC5, cows, town clerks, and all technical staff who are here, ladies and gentlemen. My name, once again, is Cheyune Senyonju. I'm the RDC of Rwanda district. I've so far made 4 months in this region, and I bring you greetings from the evergreen land of hills and the valleys of Rwanda district. It is usually cold, very cold for me. That's why I'm permanently on a sweater even at night. In a special way, I want to recognize the Honorable Minister, with your permission, Mr. John Fisher Kasenge. Is not new to me. Actually, we have ever shared a village, Elisa zone in Kampala city. I am a city man. Yes. This is a very, very good workshop. I should start by saying this. As a person, as a Ugandan, especially going by my beliefs, Honorable Minister, I'm a Marxist. I've never been comfortable with the way we manage land in Uganda, having been mentored by the great man Chango Macho. May his soul rest in peace. My views are very radical, but I don't know if it applies in this land, Chigezi, where the land holding is very, very complicated. But our theme, our purpose of coming here, Honorable Minister, is to do something about managing the inventory of government land. I live in Buganda, come from Buganda. I have worked in Buganda, 2 districts, Buyikwe and Buvuma. At one time,
When I was in Ibuyikwe, I was shocked. It looked like a struggle to steal government land. We tried, but we did not get much help. When a workshop like this one comes, I can first of all complain that we have come late. We could have woken up late. But we are always saying that better late than never. That was way back in 2014. This stock farm, you have heard about stock farm in Njeru, was being stolen when we were there. In fact, when I came in 2 weeks later, I was transferred. The problem is within us. Police land, school land, land for health centers, and all these institutions we call government. Forest, when I was in Buvuma, they stole forest land. And I know forest land is government land. And they got titles. They have titles. Some of them, big politicians. So as a person, I'm very, very grateful that I have lived to see and attend a workshop of this nature. What we call government land is land for all of us. Because these institutions are for us. This is where we send our children. This is where we go for treatment and other services. But because of the thirst for land in this country, occasioned by the so-called land brokers and other unscrupulous individuals in this country, this land is disappearing. Can we hope that these workshops, because I've seen they are regionally being held, will be a panacea for the land that belongs to all of us? Because the future does not stop with us. The future is still ahead of us. So, Honorable Minister and the team, I want to thank the Uganda Land Commission that finally they have organized this meeting. And I hope these ladies and gentlemen have got very, very nice ideas. You have heard the chairman, land boards of districts, sub-counties, the chiefs. They have nice ideas, but I think they have not had occasion to air them out. I also know that Chigezi is a little bit peculiar in nature in terms of land. We shall get to learn. So much of my experience and views are based on where I was born and where I've lived the most. They have stolen land. You people have stolen land. But I'm wondering, shall efforts like this one help us to reclaim what has been stolen? I was in Karamoja before coming here. Even land that belonged to the DC's house, DC's home, was stolen, and they have built structures. The airfield, where the plane of the governor at that time, now the president, was supposed to land, had been taken over. When you speak, it's as if people don't have ears. So these are the issues that I have, Honorable Minister, I have very passionate matters on my heart about land, and land for the government, not for individuals, land for the government. Because as I've told you, I'm a Marxist. For us, we believe in the state having ownership and command over these resources. So I want to end here and recognize the arrival of my colleague. Sir, I didn't overthrow you. I was simply asked to step in But since you are my friend, I want to welcome you, sir. That is Major Katamba Godfrey, the RDC of KABALE. And I want to request you to come and see you and you speak to us and you open. For me, I was just speaking. And we were together he was in Katakwi when I was in Abilatu in Karamoja. So we have been moving together. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you for all the report. Yes, sir.
And you can see the height.
He was the one steering cows for the Karamojong. I was neighboring him all the time, steering our cows from Katakwi. Thank you very much, my senior Cheyune, the Honorable Minister, and your delegation, the participants in your different capacities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. One, Honorable Minister Major Godfrey Katamba, the RDC KABALE, I want to apologize coming late. We had an emergency. We had our serious blogger here called Uwengura was last night cut and is hospitalized right now at the medicals. So we are trying to follow those that cut him. I want to thank everybody here and you, the Honorable Minister, because this workshop is timely. Aware that land is one of the scarce resources we have in the world. We have been grappling with issues to do with land, the conflicts, and it is at this time that I think we need to air out our ideas. We shall go into the depths of the discussion, but my work here, my role is to welcome you, one to KABALE, city, tourism city, coming. The situation is calm, apart from last night, what happened with that blog of ours. You will stay the whole day calm. And I want to wish everybody here a fruitful discussion. But Honorable Minister, critical to note is that I think there is a challenge with government pieces of land. Number one, I beg Honorable Minister that we could get district lawyers the way they deploy, for example, DHOs or planners or any other. Why can't we deploy district legal office? Because most pieces of land for the government, for the district under Uganda Land Commission, all have been stolen because we don't have competent legal representation. We have the Attorney General. Okay, we are okay now. We got one here, an office, but at times, Honorable Minister, that link, the touch, is not there. It is like to me to my concern. Now we are saying, why don't you bring a legal officer like any other? Because that should be also a local government position. The Attorney General office, which is also a ministry, why doesn't it also deploy at the district? And in so doing, Madam Honorable Minister, it will also save us from all these pieces of land that are being stolen left to right. I don't know whether I have my surveyor. Is he here? The lands officer, KABALE. Then physical planner, is he around? I have met these comrades over the same, and it is so serious. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take stock, if you look at the number of pieces of land of government that are being stolen in every district, if we made statistics, you would now come to realize what I'm saying. So far for us, KABALE, we may have almost 20 cases in court, but nobody is following. You find wananchi who are neighboring are the ones who are like our lawyers. That's challenging. Number two, Honorable Minister, the type of lease, they are pieces of land. Remember the 1975, the decree of Amin, declaring all land to be government, public land. Later on now, after that, so people got leases for someone, maybe even those that were initially government pieces of land. Now wananchi could get leases. Now those leases, before even they expire 49 and 99, they change to freehold, even illegally, and the land is gone. I have cases. Those people have made stand up. I've challenged them on that. So we are saying that law that legalizes someone to cross public land into a freehold should also be either expunged. That law, because it has made all our pieces of land stolen. Now, on that, when you look at the whole world, the whole country being a planning what area, so you wonder now if, for example, government gets interest to expand on its infrastructure development, and all these pieces have been stolen. Therefore, we shall incur a lot in compensation. So I would beg the Honorable Minister that one to happen. Then I think we also thought that if, for example, there is like a commission that would go in to understand the extent of grabbing, so that we get like a Bamugemerire commission. Now this one goes in to find out, because, for example, I was in Katakwi, where China was talking about. There they still have a lot of land. They are stealing in kilometers. I investigated a case where 12,000 acres were stolen, the whole parish. And that one also, Madam Honorable Minister, the offices of District Land Board are also an issue. That one, I think they don't follow properly the procedure, because if you are to offer public land or government land, therefore even you should attain a councilmanate, but at times that is not it is not reached. They offer without a councilmanate. If those measures are put as stringent, any public land to be issued, the minute should be there. That doesn't happen. And Madam, you find even premiums are also not even declared at the district. I think they know better. If you want someone to attain a public land, then you pay premium. It's not declared. So those are issues that are in public land. Then for us here, Madam, like in KABALE in particular, we have an issue with this regional referral hospital. Remember, sometime in 1990, there was a divestiture where the hospital land was given to those who were there, staying there, the doctors, the families, and later on they started paying along the way. They cancelled that program. So that land is being grabbed here, and that was under also, that time was custodian board and Uganda, I think, land commission. So as of now, those tenants have failed to vacate, pending compensation. So and they still say that money was taken by the custodian board, which could be under your docket, I think, having been maybe disbanded, but I think that was formerly runs. So that is also a situation, and the hospital has failed to expand. So I will discuss further on some of those, maybe together with colleagues here. But that was critical that I thought I would share in my opening remarks, and I found Cheyenne, RDC, Rwanda, still saying that the safety is too much, and it is too much. I have not talked about titling, but that is a must, madam. It's a must because really, now, if we have taken all this, say, 2 decades or 3 decades, why don't we devote money? Since land is a precious resource, a precious resource, so why don't we devote money so that our land is secured for future developments? So that is very critical, having known that is one of the scarce resources. Short of that, then we will find when government is incurring much expense in the future to develop certain government infrastructures which don't have land. So I would beg that uh, titling is serious. In Kigezi, as I log out, we also got an NGO, I think coded, is it here? If it is not, Honorable Minister, they are helping us for these CCOs, customer certificate of what? Yes. So those ones, but it seems the machines they are using a bit erroneous, and their marginal error is what? The physical plan, is it zero to what? Marginal error. You know, you find that if they say the boundaries here, you find it at the radars, the other side. So now that has also brought a problem in Kigezi. And also, again, they go ahead to make land titles which are imposed on others, superimposed on others. He is overlapping. So we are saying, I think they should be called so that they harmonize with your official structure, government structure of survey. Short of that, then you will find a lot of mix that will create land conflicts. Remember, the highest conflicts in Uganda are land related, and if not sorted out, then it might bring a lot of fatalities. So with that, I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, in Switzerland of Africa here, to have fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Ndugu Cheine, who stood in for you, appreciated the work of Uganda Land Commission and the Ministry of Lands who have come to do today, compile a comprehensive government land inventory. He also echoed your very remarks that much of government land has been grabbed, and they are wondering how we shall go a long way to recover that. Precisely, that's why we are here, with those objectives of collaboration and a shared commitment. Today we shall discuss and come out with a way forward on how it is going to be done. The same sentiments I've told you, that is how the community responded to me on radio last evening. They said, you have now woken up, nevertheless, better late than never, the very words of Ndugu Cheine. Ndugu Cheine has also identified a colleague amongst us. Ndugu John Fisher Kasenge is not only your village mate, but is your colleague, a retired RDC. He worked in Buyukwe when that forest was being taken. He is going to give us some clues on how we are going to recover it. I thank you very much. The chairperson LC5, did they say KABALE? He worked in? KABALE is not around. Okay. Therefore, we are moving well. May I have this honor to invite the CEO of Uganda Land Commission, the Secretary, Mr. Andrew Nyumba, to come and give your technical remarks on this workshop. You are most welcome. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of State for Lands, the Chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, members of the Uganda Land Commission, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the Resident District Commissioners, District Chairpersons, Chief Administrative Officers, the District Land Board Chairpersons and members present, representatives of ministries, departments and agencies, district technical officers, religious leaders, representatives of civil society, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Andrew Nyumba, the Secretary of the Uganda Land Commission, and I welcome you all to this Chigezi regional engagement on government land management and the development of the comprehensive government land inventory. This is our fifth engagement since the national launch at Mistil in Kampala, and we've been having a cross-section of stakeholders from government and the private sector. And being the fifth engagement, it really surprises me to hear that we did not invite the LC5s and the RDCs, which my team says they did, maybe for other commitments were not able to make it. So we are here in KABALE for the Chigezi Regional Stakeholder Engagement, and these engagements are aimed at creating awareness on the development of a government land inventory. Let me start by thanking the Honorable Minister for agreeing to come and officiate at this meeting. Let me also thank the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, represented here, for coming and attending this Chigezi regional workshop. And we thank the entire ministry for supporting this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Land Commission deals with the practical realities of government land management. And these realities have taught us a simple lesson. You cannot manage effectively what you cannot accurately identify. And that is why we keep hearing of government land being grabbed. And historically, across government, information relating to this land has been held by different institutions and in different forms. We at the Land Commission, we already have records relating to government land. However, as you'll be informed by other speakers, those records do not yet provide a sufficiently comprehensive picture of government land across the country. So the exercise we're undertaking is therefore not merely a matter of compiling another list of titles. We are developing a comprehensive government land inventory, which should ultimately provide government with a reliable, structured, and continuously updatable picture of its land assets. For every identifiable government land holding, we should, as far as possible, be able to answer a set of basic questions. What parcel is this? Where is it located? What is its size and boundary? What is the evidence of government ownership or interest? Which government institution is associated with or responsible for the land? What is the current physical use of the land? What was the land originally acquired or reserved for? Is the intended public purpose still relevant? Is the land properly documented and registered? Are the boundaries known and identifiable on the ground? Is the land occupied or encroached upon? Are there disputes, competing claims, leases, licenses, or other interests affecting it? Is there an environmental, planning, or infrastructure consideration affecting the parcel? And importantly, what action is required to secure and properly manage that particular parcel of land? So these are questions we should be able to answer at the end of this exercise. Therefore, the inventory should not be treated as a static spreadsheet. It should become a government land management information base that can support decisions on land acquisition, protection, planning, development, regularization, dispute management, and utilization. As the Uganda Land Commission, we are examining government land information across several dimensions, including land identification, spatial information, legal and documentary status, institutional status, current and intended use, risk status, and many other parameters. And the details of all these are going to be presented later. But one of the most important technical principles of this exercise is verification. We are not asking districts and institutions to simply send us lists of land they believe belong to government, but we need to establish the reliability of the information. This means that information obtained from one source may need to be compared with information obtained from another source. For example, an institutional record may indicate that a hospital occupies a particular piece of land. The land registry may contain the corresponding title. The district may have a different survey plan or historical record. The community may know the physical boundary on the ground. So these pieces of information must be brought together. Where they agree, our confidence increases. And where they do not agree, that discrepancy becomes an issue requiring verification. Dear participants, I need to inform you that a discrepancy is not necessarily a failure of the exercise. It is information. It tells us where further technical work is required. The objective is therefore not to force every parcel into a clean database, regardless of the underlying evidence, but to produce an inventory whose reliability can be assessed and whose outstanding gaps are clearly identified. But also, the Commission cannot undertake this work from its central records alone. So technically, we expect to draw information from several sources, beginning with our Commission's existing records, land registration and cadastral information, records held by ministries, departments, and agencies, local government records, district land board records, survey and physical planning information, institutional asset registers, acquisition and compensation record where available, and information from communities and local leadership. Physical verification, lastly. So no single source should automatically be treated as the truth. And the strength of our inventory will come from bringing these different sources together and identifying where they corroborate or contradict one another. The technical presentation after break tea will highlight most of the things that I've talked about. As I end my remarks, I sincerely thank the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for its continued leadership and partnership in this initiative. I thank the leadership and technical officers from all the districts represented here. I thank the leadership and technical officers from all the districts represented here, as well as all other stakeholders for joining us at this Chigezi regional workshop. The Commission values your knowledge and experience. I urge all of you to engage openly, challenge the methodology where necessary, share your experiences, and help us design a system that works not only on paper, but also on the ground. The Commission looks forward to working with all of you as we move from fragmented information towards a more reliable, integrated, and continuous maintained picture of government land in Uganda. Together, we can build a government land inventory that is accurate, credible, useful, and sustainable. I thank you for your kind attention. For God and my country. We have
into a comprehensive land inventory, you have to look at the location. Where is this land located? What is the area? And the evidence of government land interest. Whereas we are looking for government land, we don't want to traverse and enter into 1 inch land. We want to have an explanation why you think this is government land. What department? Who was the user department? And what was the original public use of this land? Is it occupied or not? Has it been encroached upon? And what is the value of this land? In a nutshell, he's saying government does not necessarily bump into land and say, no, this is government land. For example, last evening, we talked about previous pieces of government land which the people know.
A comprehensive government land inventory. The main aim of this program is to secure our land so that we are able to serve our people better. As you are aware, government has lost or failed to implement various programs due to delays in compensating project affected persons. For example, last time we were in Barara, we were told they have secured land to construct a design. This meeting, your time to attend. I take this opportunity to request you all to accord this program the attention it deserves so that we are able to achieve the intended goal. I take also this opportunity to inform you that the Ministry information systems, the ministry zone offices, we have one here in KABALE, systematic land registration and other reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, good records management may not always attract public attention, like the earlier people have said, but it is our own, it is one of the strongest protection for our land. I therefore call upon you to always maintain land titles and keep them safely. The ministry remains committed to supporting the Uganda Land Commission in implementing this program. As I end my remarks, I request all the participants here to avail the technical team necessary information concerning public land for the betterment of this program. I thank you all for listening to me. I wish you God's love and mercy for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting PS Mariam. Madam Mariam has reiterated the need of a comprehensive government land inventory in order to preserve our land for future generations, and has assured the Uganda Land Commission of continuation of support and political policy guidance on this matter. Thank you very much, Mariam. May I have this opportunity to invite the chairperson of Uganda Land Commission, Professor Nyeko Mogi, and thereafter your briefing, your address, you invite our Honorable Minister to address the gathering. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the good work you are doing. Honorable Minister, we thank you for putting your time to be with us yesterday and today. And this clearly shows your commitment to this exercise we are doing. We shall continue thanking you because we want you to continue coming. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to this workshop. The importance of this workshop can be seen by the representatives from the districts of this area. The Constitution says land belongs to the people. That is very important. But as had already been stated earlier, government has just about 23% of land which belongs to the government. The other 77 belongs to you people, we people. And much of this government land, the 23%, there are areas like the Queen Elizabeth National Park, the Magicians National Park, the various swamps and lakes you find in this country, and all the government ministries, the land which is occupied by the government ministries, those are the lands which belong to government. Government land is for the benefit of all of us. I think this is what we really need to understand. The RDC of this district, Rwanda, it was very clear on this. We should all be very clear that land which belongs to government should be left for the government. Most of the development projects in a place like this in your district, major developments will be mainly by government. If you want a hospital, you want a school, you want a university, and government agrees to bring a university in your district, then the first question is, where is the land? Even before you ask government for a major development project, you should be able to find out, do we have land for this project? Because another district may have the land. For you, you don't have the land, you need the project. You have taken up government land, you have given it out to individuals. People have encroached onto government land. By the time you want a project, you don't have the land. Another district which has conserved their land, government land, will definitely take the project. So this is where all of you must be concerned. All of you are from the local area, you are local leaders in your area. It is your responsibility to protect government land for government development, government projects. And those are the projects that create jobs. You have this KABALE University here. It started as a community university. Then government took it over 10 years ago, 2016. Government took over the running of this university. And now the student population in KABALE University, there are 7,000 students. I was there yesterday and I talked to the VC. There are 7,000 students in KABALE University. They're expanding. Because now it's a government university, they applied. They requested for land from the Minister of Health, from the KABALE Referral Hospital. And they were given 5 acres of land for putting up the Faculty of Medicine. Supposing the hospital land was grabbed, they would not have had land for building up the Faculty of Medicine. The 7,000 students, which are in the government university in KABALE, the majority are the local people here. So these are things you don't have to be told. We are just reminding you that it is important for all of us in our region to leave government land for government projects for now and in future. You may see that this land is not being used, but government has planned not only for today, government has planned for our people for the next generation. So the purpose of this workshop, the purpose of us coming to you is to appeal to you. You know what government lands are. You know where they are. We are appealing to you, leave those government lands, and we are coming to identify them. You will help us identify those lands. We survey those lands. We have the titles. We keep that land for the benefits of development in your area. I know in this place there's been a lot of pressure on population growth and pressure on the land. And many of your relatives, the people here particularly, many of your relatives have migrated to other parts of Uganda. And this is what the constitution says. As a Ugandan, you are free to stay in any part of the country as long as you acquire this land legally. And many of you people have done that. Okay, individually you can migrate. Do you want also government project for your area to migrate somewhere else? If government want to build up a hospital here, it has no land. Should this project be migrated to another district? This is where the question becomes important, that you must guard government land. You have this very important tourist site. Is it Wimby? Wimby impenetrable forest. Impenetrable. I don't know how people penetrate it because the word very, very clear. It is impenetrable. How do you people, but tourists go there, they still penetrate. And yesterday when we came a bit early, and the hotel where we are, there are tourist vehicles. These tourist vehicles come because of the attraction in that forest. The gorillas, the chimpanzees, and others. These are natural wealth of this region. The Queen Elizabeth Park, tourists come. They bring money to the country. They bring money in your region. This hotel would not be standing if there are no tourist attraction in this place. I come from Gulu. I'm Professor Nyeko Penbogi. I come from Gulu. It will be a shame for me to sleep in an hotel when I go to Gulu. I should go to my house. So the hotels in Gulu, they are not meant for me. They are meant for people like you who go to Gulu, you sleep in a hotel. Your hotels here are meant for people like me. When I come here, I sleep in the hotel. But for me to go to Gulu and sleep in a hotel, people will say, what's wrong with this man? So tourism is one of the most important area where you get revenue, both as government and also as local government. How many jobs have been created by this hotel? I was talking to one of the staff here. They're talking about close to 300 people employed. And the major source of income for this kind of hotel is for tourists and people who come from outside this region. Because you, the local people here, you have your homes. You cannot support this hotel. So, Vimbi Impenetrable Forest is a very important government site which creates opportunities, creates jobs for the people in this area. A lot of minerals have been identified in this region. And there are investors who would like to come and start processing this mineral. When they come, they will need land. And it will be easy for these investors to get land from government land. It now means if there is no government land in this area, the investors will be given land in another district. Then they extract the mineral here in raw form using machines. Then they go and do the processing in another area using the local human resource. You will be deprived of labor, which would have created jobs if the processing plant of your minerals are also put here. So these are things which we really, if you see anybody, particularly I want to talk to the people who are in charge of land, the district chairpersons, I mean land boards, the surveyors of this area. If you know that this is the government land, do not give it to any individual. Even if this land is titled or not titled, let this land remain government land. It will be used for a major purpose, the kind of thing I'm talking about. An investor who wants to put in real money for processing, maybe iron ores, processing minerals, there should be land, you give it to this investor. An investor who the government wants to expand a school, there must be land for this expansion. But now if you are grabbing and crushing onto government land, you are reducing government land. It means that institution cannot expand. The government cannot expand on that land to provide services for the local people. We shall have failed our responsibility as leaders if we see government land being grabbed and we clap our hands thanking the people who are clapping, who are grabbing the land. We should fight them. We should tell them that this, what you are doing is not correct. You may have the money. Why don't you buy land from individual? Land belongs to the people. There are people selling land. You have the money, buy land from individuals. Leave government land alone for government projects. For the future, let us all look at government land as one of the most important area of development, where government can bring development in an area. The minister has all along not been introduced properly, but our minister here is Harriet Tabazi. She's the member of parliament of an area where she's going to tell us. For me, I know she's the minister of land, and I also know she's the member of parliament. But those people who sent her to be a member of parliament, she will be the one to tell us. So with this, I take this opportunity to invite the honorable minister to talk to you. I thank all of you. Honorable minister, the floor is yours. And we want the minister to talk as long as possible because she is the minister of land. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the Uganda Land Commission and your board, your secretary, and my secretary, the PS, friends, the leaders of Chigezi sub-region. I was so touched that most of them have not yet come, and they may not come. the other cadres of leadership who are here, ladies and gentlemen, I want my friend there to open the eyes. Yes, in such an engagement, it's very difficult for people to close, to close their eyes, because we want to listen and understand what we are going to do. My name is Harriet Ntabazi. For those who don't know, I've been in Parliament for some time as a woman member of Parliament, and we were working with my colleague there, the Honorable Oru. When she was minister, I was a local member of Parliament. So in rank, she's my senior. I also found another senior in the parking, the Honorable Chanayandi. He is, I think, battling something. And he just came to take a cup of tea. But I got a chance to see a senior citizen who has been a mentor. I'm so glad that I'm now a minister, but on a ticket of a member of parliament, directly elected. Chair, I competed with these men here. And do you know what? Something easy to go about is a man. Yes, men don't attack personality. They attack issues. So when you have issues in your manifesto that are challenging the incumbent, you have already won. For them, they don't know why she got married, where she divorced, she produced, or she did what. That's not a man's concern. Can we clap for the men? They are very easy to win. So the women who are here, please, take on these men and we shall be up there. Am I talking to a woman? Are the women in the room? Yes, yes. Don't think you are a woman and then that is the end of you. No. We can do better. And the moment you have the two hands and the two arms, the same size of the brain, the thinking capacity, two eyes and two nose, and the same size of the mouth, then you are done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a teacher by profession, and that's why sometimes I don't allow people to doze. And I don't think you can doze when I'm speaking. Very difficult. So, today I've come to join my colleagues from the Uganda Land Commission. In this exercise, we have been moving around to launch regional committees to register government land, more especially at a critical time when we need this registration. So all of you who have come, the district leadership, the RDCs, my friends, cadres, I can see them here, from the Chango Machos, the Mishambis, all those who gave us the background. We still have that patriotism that we thought maybe Ugandans can move with us to feel a state at their heart. But it is impossible for Uganda today to think like the Uganda yesterday. Very, very difficult. So when you think that you are protecting the country, somebody else is thinking about how he's benefiting from what you are protecting. And that's why the government has gone crazy into fighting with people who are grabbing, stealing, fraudulently taking things, with impunity, without shame, taking government properties, including government money, including government properties, vehicles, houses, land, and everything. Now, For this gathering today, I'm so glad that we are meeting the core, the cream of Chigezi sub-region. And indeed, I did not expect to have no cow, because the cow, the chief administrative officer, is the chief executive. And being the chief executive is the head of service of that district. We don't have regional heads of service. We have the PSs in the ministries, and we have the head of service at the national. But at the district level, we have the district chief administrative officer, whom we all hold accountable in case of anything. At that team, I think the Uganda Land Commission still has a date to call them for Chigezi purposely, because in Imbarara sub-region we met them, Ankole sub-region. We had 13 13 districts with 13 cows, with 13 LC5s, and with 13 RDCs. So it is very unfortunate we could not make even a half of the RDCs here. But the representation that we have can tell others that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, in conjunction with the Uganda Land Commission, is carrying out a very, very important exercise, which is creation or making of the land inventory. I'm particularly pleased to be in Kigezi. This is my first engagement as a Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in charge of land, and who takes charge of the Uganda Land Commission, who oversees the Uganda Land Commission. The other time when I came this side, I was a Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And I went up to those borders where we had trade matters. Next time when I come here, I may come in another capacity, either Minister of Tourism, and we take on the tourism city of KABALE. I want to thank you because you have really made us proud in terms of tourism, but I also want you to make us proud in terms of land. The districts which I expected here have been mentioned. And I was asking the Secretary Land Commission about how many forests, because most of the bigger forests we used to learn about in the secondary school come from this area. There was I remember where is the Budongo? Budongo forest. It is within this region. So which forest do you have in KABALE? Bwindi, Chuya. Those are central forest reserves. But I wanted to look at the national parks. Bugahinga, where is Mugahinga? Chisoro. Then now the Bwindi, you have two big ones. Now the smaller ones, the Chuya, and then the Mafuga, something like that. Yes, the Mafuga forest. So we have things that we are taking dearly. Remember, Uganda is growing in terms of development. Uganda is expanding in terms of population. Uganda is growing in terms of industrialization and others. But the size of land remains the same. It doesn't grow. You are producing children, you have only 1 acre of land. But all these children want to inherit that 1 acre of land. There must be a challenge. There is a problem that we need to look at jointly. If we don't, then you as the leader, you are going to use your office to cater for your children whom you did not plan for. By taking the land that you are supposed to be looking after. So I want to thank ULC for helping us come up with a strategy or implementing the strategy of our ministry. Immediately I came in the ministry, I asked them questions in our familiarization meetings. Do you have a land inventory? They said, no. How do we know the land we are taking care of? They were like, we have some data here. The data is scattered. The other data is in different ministries. The Ministry of Energy has its own data and titles on pieces of land where they are putting their transformers and lines. The Ministry of Works is also struggling to put their house to order for projects of infrastructure. The Ministry of Finance under the Investment Authority has also their own pieces of land. We have other pieces of land in the Ministry of Environment and Water. So we found ourselves confused and mixed up. So therefore, we said we must put a national land inventory in place to cover the size of land that we have and the amount of land we have, which we don't know, because you cannot be a custodian of something which you don't know. So for me to be a Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the housing sector will need land from me. The urban development will need land from me. I'm developing on a piece of land which I don't know. I couldn't remain stupid. I thought we'd have this inventory done so that we know how much land do we own as government. I would have had a very big hand clap for me, but I don't care. I just don't care because I'm dealing with a community of Ugandans whom I understand. So, this exercise started some time back in July when we launched the bigger picture, and you saw us on TV on the media center, at the media center launching. We went at Mistil, we trained the national leaders. Because all these departments which are engaged, which compose government land, the schools, the hospitals, the police, the army installations, the forests, the wetlands, all those health centers, the district leader headquarters, and all types of land that belong to government were supposed to be spoken to before we came to the regions. So we've done that, and we've started on the regions. And now here we are in KABALE for the KABALE sub-region, or we call it the Western region. So I want to thank you, those who have spared time, and your coming here is not only to listen, but to bring out ideas that are going to help us to fully handle this exercise without fear or favor. The ideas that you are going to give us, the brains, don't underestimate yourself. By the time we called you, we knew you are the chairperson of the land board. We knew you are the chairperson of that sub-county. We knew you are the leader at that EMZO. KABALE EMZO, of course, I don't know whether we have people from the KABALE EMZO here. Where are they? You are 3. And you are lucky that I came here for this inventory. If I came like Balaam, we would be having one eating on the same table. Most of the issues which are rising from EMZOs are shaming. Most of the challenges that government is having with the land, those things that the RDCs have spoken about, the double titling, the grabbing, the illegal whatever, are fueled because we decentralized the mandate from central government to our own children at the local governments. We have 22 MZOs. You heard how your colleagues are already in jail. We are not going to spare any of you. This is Kisanja. Kisanja. Mention it. No more sleep. Because there was a Kisanja, no sleep. But other people remained what? Sleeping. Now this is Kisanja, no more sleeping. And let me tell you, we have a president, very able president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, whom we are serving. But I want to tell you, the moment he tells us that he is now stepping out, there is already a generator waiting for you. And remember, this generator is within the age, of the youthful age of work. And the signs have been seen. So those who have been there waiting, NUP waiting to take over government, FDC, forget. There is no space for you. Do your politics. If it is to take you in parliament, thank you very much. Go and eat whatever you want to eat in parliament. But this country has a succession plan, which we are looking at, and indeed we must protect what is already in place and add on what is coming. I don't know whether you have NUP here. If they are there, thank you very much. We welcome them because they are government workers. But the government has a direction. We have a direction. We don't have a gap for you to think that I'm waiting, for 5 years, 10 years, maybe when this government changes, wapi. The government won't change. It may change in visibly, but inside, it will not change. We shall make sure we deal with any person who wants to deal with government. So, the genesis of this engagement has been purposely to know the land that we have, document that the land that we have, protect the land that we have, plan for it effectively, and then responsibly manage it. There is no way we shall go off these 5 pieces of strategy that I've told you about. So today in this meeting, therefore, we are not simply having a workshop. Remember, workshops ended a long time ago. The president doesn't allow workshops in any way. But ask yourself, why did he allow this to happen? Because warnings are inevitable before the hand of government reaches you. Before that RDC reaches you, somebody must have communicated to you. You admire Rwanda here, our neighbor. You admire elsewhere. Land there belongs to government. But here land belongs to people. But those people even want to take the little piece of land that belongs to government. Now, out of the 23% of the land that belongs to government, 26% only is registered, leaving a total of 74% unregistered. So that one again gives chance to people think that now this land is not known, it's not on paper. We shall survey the plans. We shall know the acreages, and behind everything, we shall put these pieces to purpose. So, in Kabale, in Rwanda, in Kanungu, in my neighbor here in Kisoro, and all those areas of Chigezi, We are trying to help you to make sure that where you are seated, you're comfortable. And the funny part which I got, generally, wherever we've gone, the people who are grabbing land are civil servants and the politicians. Is that one a lie? Is that one a lie? It is not. You don't expect an LOC one from some village somewhere or a peasant from down there in Bunagana to come and grab land in Kabale town. No way. The person who has been seated on that land, you heard how the hospital land is being taken by the former hospital staff. It was given to them to help them have food, to put kitchen gardening, horticultural gardening. But now, they want, because they have overstayed in those hospitals, they have not been transferred, they have produced children from there, and remember, most of the government workers don't want to buy themselves land. And there are few who have their own houses. That's when they die, they are buried on farms. Yes, you can challenge me if you have a piece of land. But most of the government officials, when they die, they are taken to the school compound for vigil. They are taken to churches for prayers. And they pick their bodies from churches to the farm. So, there is something we need to check ourselves on. How many of you have homes which you bought from your own money? How many? We shall move and do an inventory of stuff. Yes, you must sweat, use your sweat to get what? A piece of plot of land and put your home. A home doesn't necessarily mean a block built, whatever. You can put a grass thatched, and that is your home. Now Bazungus are going into grass thatched what? They are looking for grass thatched houses to feel comfortable. You can also put one for yourself. If you cannot put what? A permanent block. So, the reason that we are having as a challenge is that we think where we are deployed is permanently and pensionable, and then we cannot move, and nobody can move you. You even have godfathers, god brothers, god everything. But remember, those god people are the ones who put me as a minister of lands. So much as you call them your godfathers, they are my god employers. And by the time they selected me, among the 50 million people, they knew that I can deliver. So, before they reached you, because this mandate we are doing is constitutional and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Uganda. So, I want to warn you, if you are there and you are comfortably seated on government land, I really don't know whether you have which kind of title, which was given to you by I don't know who. That title must be cancelled. You will get a problem. Go and check yourselves as you will pursue others. Before even we go to pursue others, we shall have pursued you. Because remember, before I lose my job, yours must have gone. So, our area covers the health centers, the police, the district headquarters, the road reserves, the markets, the agricultural facilities. I heard somebody talk about the agricultural facility in Ginger. We are looking at it. The Njeru land is being, we are handling it, and the matter is reaching very far. And we must reclaim that land. So, some of this land has been, of course, encroached on, like I told you, but others have illegal occupants on it. Those who know that they are really illegal, tell them, speak to them to start vacating the land before we do it, before the arm of government reaches them. Others fraudulently transacted and put those titles at all. Others are poorly managed. They are not utilized, but they are poorly managed. The neighbors are extending their boundaries. Like the RDC said, the boundary is here today, tomorrow it will be there where the table is. The next morning is where the cameras is. Then the other time it will be where the ladders are. So those ones who are going step by step should be taken back where they began. So this loss of land cannot be tolerated, but we cannot start fighting without having a record of how much land, how it was acquired, when, and the documents. Because some of this land was given to schools by churches. Some was given to hospitals, health centers by churches, both Catholic, Protestant, Emizigiti, and all that. So, what we are doing now, all the church of Uganda land has been surveyed, and I think a team came from my ministry. I sent it. Our land officers, Mukabareva, yes, they came and surveyed all the church lands. And there was even a fight there. I saw some fight rising. The schools were saying, we have been here for some time, and the Constitution of 1995 found us here, so we are the owners, bona fide, of these pieces of land. But you don't have a document. The owner of the land is the church that gave you. And this church has been encouraged not to, because it doesn't even have intentions of removing you. The health center there is comfortable. The school there is comfortable. Let's capture the land first. Then now the details of now getting a title for the school will come. The details of getting the health center out of the bigger land is also coming, because they gave in good faith. So we should not harass them. We should work with them to make sure that we capture the bigger picture, and then the segregation will come later on. So what we are intending to do, pick out that piece of land. Now pick out the government land. Then now we are still in the awareness week, land awareness week, organized by Ministry of Lands for mass titling. We have sampled out districts where we are going to title people's land freely, free of charge. Those monies that you have been paying to these MZOs and what and all those will stop. And people get their titles just with a simple facilitation. And because we are trying to develop a strong land information system. The land information system which is being used in the MZOs, it is the people communicating to it, not the system communicating. I think the IT people understand what I'm saying. When you put a system in place, like for example the NIRA, the National Identification System, it communicates. When you put in your NINI number, it will bring the face of the person, the owner of that NINI number. And it will bring out the thumbprint. Even if you put in the thumbprint first, it will bring your NINI number, it brings your picture, it brings your VIN, your voter verification number, it brings everything about you. So it is very difficult for somebody to use 2 VIN numbers to go and vote. Very difficult to use a NINI number which doesn't belong to you. Am I lying? No. That is what they call an information system. And the one that is registering the vehicles at the borders, the registration that we use in Ministry of Works, the one that is giving you that driving permit, it's very credible. My permit number cannot be the permit number of Mr. Nyumba. If you put it there, it will show you that this permit belongs to Mr. Who? Nyumba. Now, our land system has tried to communicate to these people, but they don't listen. It doesn't capture the cadastral part. The maps they bring, after being verified and assessed, the system will tell you, the deed plan will tell you that this block is in this area, and this block is under the names of this person. Shall I proceed? It will put a green tick and a red tick. And once you click green, then it will open and allow you to proceed. And when you proceed, now it reaches somewhere. You know, there are very many people at the EMZO. The surveyor, the land officer, the land registrar, the land what, all those categories are there. It will send there. Remember, they are in one group. Now, the same system will tell you that this land, this block, this plot belongs to so and so. Shall we proceed to print another title for this person? That officer will click the green color. Even when he's seeing that there is a name doing what? Appearing. So it will allow and open. But for NIRA, it will not. You see the difference? For NIRA, it will not. Even for number plate, it will not. You will try to forge if you are in government and print a number plate there locally, but the system would have refused. It will not. You will not find it in the system. So all whatever the MZOs are doing, they do while knowing that this plot of land has a title in the names of Harriet Ntabazi. Now I'm putting Nwamanya, who? David, on top of Ntabazi. And they don't only double title, they triple title, they four whatever, quadro what? The quadro title, the fifth one is what? 15th title. They do that with impunity, without shame, without anything. They are small gods in their own territory. Mr. Man, we are coming. We are on our way. Yesterday we saw boxes of titles, fraudulent titles being carried, taken to shops to hide them. We arrested them. The good thing, by the time we reach your area, we deploy some week back. By the time you carry the boxes, in fact, by the time we communicate to tell you that we are coming on such and such a date, we shall be in your EMZO, the teams are already with you. So you may not know them. You'll know this is the normal Baino Mugisha we have been working with. He's a Musirikal at the gate. This one is a normal person we have been working with. He's a clerk here. That person is deployed on you. So go and tell them and warn them, we know you, we are going to you, what. But the one you are warning may not be the one I'm deploying. So, we are not going to allow the Minister of Lands, which has been named the most corrupt, to continue like that. But of course, I've protected myself. I've always fought for my ministry. We are not the most corrupt, Because when you go to Luzira, you will find the Minister of Works there. Very many of them. The Minister of Local Government is arresting people. Very many in jail. The PDM leaders. I saw the commercial officer here still at large. Balaam is coming. And you must have an explanation of where our money, the money for the poor is. So rest assured that when Balaam comes, you are one of the key, because you belong directly to his docket. You are either here now and tomorrow somewhere else. So this Kisanja is no more sleeping and no more corruption. We are now trying our level best to clean the Ministry of Lands. You saw how Parliament was cleaning cleaning Parliament, and other sectors have been Prime Minister's office and others. So we cannot be the most corrupt, because we would, all of us, everybody would be in Luzira. But Luzira is a mixture of communities, and all of you are candidates. So, our records, which are scattered, are denying us a chance, more especially to the politicians who have been promising. I'm sorry that the chairperson is Lucifer, you are not here. When we are campaigning, we talk a lot. We shall put this one here, we shall make sure we do this, expansion of this. We are trying to do what the chairpersons and members of parliament promised. Expansion of health centers 3 to 4, elevation. Elevating the health centers 4 to government what? Hospitals. Elevating even the government major hospitals to some regional, at least something that will facilitate, that will cater for a sub-region. So by the time you promise that, you must be knowing what infrastructure is needed for such a facility. Now when we are talking about elevating centers into town councils into cities, into municipalities, municipalities into cities, there are those requirements that need land that must be taken care of. A land which was, a road which was 1 lane will need what? A double lane. But remember, the double lane is supposed to be compensated. Sometimes the money for compensation itself is bigger than the money for the project. So we should be knowing now how much land belongs to us and how much land are we going to do what? Secure. The National Planning Authority, which is the custodian of all the plans, is also making a land database to procure land in advance before we set projects. So if we say we are expanding the road, then our reserves must be, the road reserves must be secured by us, but the National Planning Authority also must have procured land and given it to the ULC for data banking, so that when the road comes, we don't again go into what? Purchasing. So some of these things you are going to be, we shall tell you, because you are leaders who are representing us where we are not. The RDC is the representative of the president. The OLC5 will represent the Ministry of Local Government and represent some of us when we are not there. My land officer, down there, the district land officer, the district surveyor, the district must be knowing, must be having this information. So that when we are moving, by the time they call my ministry, I just make a call and you tell us, yes, this land is stored, this land is available. So we are going to do purchase of land in towns for expansion and for the catering for the increased population, for the refugees, settlements, and this land also is prone with the refugees and all that. For commercial activities and for growing and demonstrations in agriculture, and also for the new administrative units that we shall be doing. And altogether, land is required for development. So when we do this, we are doing a service that is going to cater for the generations. Remember, some of us are in our evening hours, others in the afternoon hours. Like me, I'm still in the afternoon hours. But the chairman, land board, is in the evening hours. Yeah. You are about to go in the night hours. So if we lose land as government, then we shall buy. But remember, by buying, we are using the taxpayers' money. And who is the taxpayer? It is your mother, yourself, your child, your wife, those who are doing those businesses. So to protect that, we must not double pay for what we had already procured. For us to finalize, we are going to, the inventory should not become another document that sits in shelves. No. We want this information that can support us to do better planning, better budgeting, and to have better infrastructure development, investments in because we must have in Chigezi, we must have an industrial area where we are putting our big factories. There is this big iron ore and coal and all those big minerals that have been gotten in KABALE and areas around. We want us to use, instead of going to add value in Kampala, in Namamvi, in wherever, our industries must be here to cater for employment of our children. The Chigezi people, the Bachiga, the Bafumbira, those who are here should benefit from the jobs which are being created by those existence of those things. So we must hold this land dearly. We must, all of us, come together. We must join hands as leaders, and we must be sincere to ourselves. By stealing or by fueling the thieves, by fueling and fraudulently giving out, by illegally occupying that land, you are denying your child a chance of getting better services. So the generation coming after us is very, very hostile. Remember, we have educated most of them. They are learned. You cannot use your terminologies. Kubabuzabuza. The rugezgezi we have done is enough. It is time for the elites to come up from our children to fight for what belongs to them. And it will be unfortunate to find their father in the wrong. So finally, as I conclude, government cannot manage this process alone, seated in Kampala. Government cannot do on remote control. Government has the goodwill. The politicians must have the political will. The mothers and fathers should have the parental will. The workers, the civil servants must have that will to collaborate with the government so that we do what? We manage this program. The Minister of Water has been very, very, very open. General Tafire openly said, unless you are a frog, a crocodile, a toad, fish, and who? And a snake is also supposed to get out of the water. you cannot live in a wetland. So you rather turn yourself into those four before Tafire does what? Reaches, turns on you. The land boards, a lot of matters have been raised against you. I don't know why. The board is supposed to be a board of the people. But now, even after you have seen that this land really doesn't belong to this person, you've gone ahead to send information to the MZOs. And those technical people are always complaining. We have failed totally to work well with the land board. And they say, the land board says, we are independent. We work in, we have our own powers. But remember, the one who clears the land board is the minister. Are you aware about that? So, the one who is supposed to hire you is a minister. And the one to fire you is what? So be ready. If you think you are there in your world and you know you are the board and you know you are doing whatever you want to do, excuse me, you are not above the law. Recently we were in my district in Ibundibujo looking for thieves. And the team, the district service commission was selling jobs. For you to be an accountant in a account assistance, 30 million. For you to be work in the hospital as a nurse, 12 million. They had those prices put aside. But the person they were accusing, the chairman LC5, doesn't sign. Who suffered? The district service commission, which has been badly chased. In fact, if they were part of my parents, I would feel sorry for them. In broad daylight, take the thieves away. They have grandchildren, they have children, they have what? So, once you are the one directly touched, we shall deal with you. We are not going to spare you. I also like my job. Before I'm touched, I know the hand of government will touch me on the floor of parliament where you will not be. I will be tasked to explain what the land boards are doing when you are not there. Your corruption will be my corruption. You MZO who is sitting there, rolling in that chair, your corruption is mine on the floor of parliament. They don't look at an MZO, they look at the minister. In a cabinet, you are not going to sit there. It is me to get the red eyes when I failed to explain. And remember, these ministers are members of parliament. So, the committee on parliament has been moving around. But what is helping me, I told them, I'm a new minister. Arrest whoever you find what? Wrong. But if I were an old minister, I would be asked for an explanation. So, members, we are all here to put food on the tables where we command, but let the children eat what is real. Let them not eat corruption. The reason why your child is going to school and getting those 00s, look at where you got the school fees from. Check. RDC, where did they get this money? Was it from a land grabber whom I protected? Was it from fraudulently selling government land? Check. The Lord we serve will always pay you back. Your child will be number last. Get those 00s. Look for MEG and BCM and will not find it. The child is not stupid. It is the curse that the parent has put on him or her. So why do we become cursed before God? just because we want to feed on where we do not do what? Invest. When God talked to us, in Genesis he said, man, you have done this mistake. You'll do what? You'll eat from your sweat. He did not say you are going to steal. You are going to sweat, then you get what to eat. So that building that you are putting there from money from somebody's land, that old man you have cheated, that building will one day pay you back through either collapsing or doing something else. So I'm not a prophet of doom. Neither am I a friend to God. I'm also a sinner. But if I've gotten anything fraudulently, let God take it. If I've forged anything and I've taken it, because my salary is enough. If I've fraudulently taken it, let God take it. So, check yourself. And for the chief administrative officers, for the town clerks, for the land officers, fiscal planners, surveyors, natural resource officers, political leaders, communication specialists, the journalists, those who have failed to give information, the rightful information to the community, so that they pick it, God will judge us, not by putting on well, but by the heart that we are showing to the people. So, do not wait for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to come. Don't wait for the Uganda Land Commission to discover the problem. Just stand up. The call is for you to stand up and join the district, join the technical teams, join the registrars, join those surveyors to come up with the right record, which will help us. I also want to reassure our communities that this exercise is not about taking lawful ownership from you. Those who have your own land that you purchased in good faith, government is not interested in that. And government is not interested in customary land. No. We are just stressing for what belongs to government, professionally, transparently, and lawfully. So, where ownership is clear, it must be protected. Where ownership is not clear, litigation should go on, and the disputes committee that we are putting in place should sit and resolve these matters. And all those who are found in a contravention of some of these laws, like the RDC said, we have the legal teams that we have set who are going to help you of identifying where the challenge is and how to litigate and even moderate the negotiations that will be, those who want to be compensated, those who are vibanja and want to be paid, something like that. Because not everybody got the land illegally. Others were sold and they paid their money. So we need to come in and litigate and compensate and do something to put in place a proper system for verification. So I take this opportunity, I take this exercise very seriously and do not treat it as a ministry exercise, but treat it with a district responsibility, an ultimate responsibility for you, a national responsibility for the work that was assigned to you, and be able to answer basic questions. Very important, because they are going to ask you basic questions. What about this? And you say, I didn't. Let me ask. But remember, you are the RDC. An RDC is supposed to be an encyclopedia of government. The cow, you have those PhDs and masters. People think you are clever. So for a villager to challenge you in public, you look funny. Town clerk, land officer. You are the land officer, but your head is lacking land what? Land information. Are you still a land officer? Really? You are a surveyor. You even don't know what is happening. Are you a member of the surveys board? If you are not, please register and get information. So, I want you to answer those simple questions. Ask from the communities. Those challenging ones, ULC team will be around. The district land team will be around. Please, let's answer the people, and then before we go into a simple matter, should not turn into what? A dispute. So the land entrusted to government does not belong to individuals or individual leaders, officers or office holders, but we are just custodians. So we should be able to help government to put projects in the future, to put projects that we are pending, to put projects without any further problem. I would have talked, if it comes to land matters, I can talk up to morning. First of all, I'm a public speaker. Secondly, I have a background of public speaking according to my level of education. And thirdly, I'm a politician. And fourthly, I'm a woman. Yes, you know how women talk, you know. We can speak and speak. Sometimes we cause problems to ourselves with our husbands. Because of speaking, you end up speaking what you would have kept for yourself. So for this matter, therefore, as I end my remarks, I need to emphasize that the development of a comprehensive government land inventory is ultimately about more than land records. It is about protecting public land, public asset, and protecting taxpayers' money, and supporting orderly fiscal planning, which we are trying to develop. We are developing a fiscal plan. The bill is already before cabinet. We are harmonizing it already with the NPA, so that we come, because they are also saying we are now into planning. We said, but the fiscal plan belongs to Minister of Lands. So we are harmonizing that. And it is about protecting the citizens and securing our land for future schools, hospitals, roads, markets, and other public investments. And above all, it is about ensuring that the government has the land necessary to serve the people of Uganda today and tomorrow when they need it. And KABALE and the wider Kigezi region have an important role to play in this national effort. We shall answer other issues as we come for district engagement on land disputes, the ones raised by the RDCs and the ones that will be raised in the due course as we proceed with the inventory and the land awareness, which we are going to come also to Kigezi to sensitize. Now we are in Rwenzori, where I'm going to close tomorrow, but we shall extend to Kigezi also for the land awareness, general land awareness. We shall have a whole week to register, to pick our title, to register our lands and pick our titles at a free cost. I'd like to thank you, leaders, and employ you to work together with the Minister of Lands to change our name, and we get baptized with a new clear name for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that very good and educating speech. Members, you appreciate that the Minister has done a job very well. Therefore, I request you to make another thunderous clap for her. Fellow participants, the presentation of the Professor Penyimogi and the Minister have also been very clear. And the common message in them is that we are creating a comprehensive government land inventory for future planning and the development of the generation to come. And the Honorable Minister has emphasized that if you are on government land illegally, please prepare to vacate it. Thirdly, she made a very good conclusion. This exercise of creating a comprehensive government land inventory is not intended to displace or grab or take away the land from those who hold it in legal ownership. There has been a misunderstanding that now government is coming to take away the district of the land of districts. No, districts are also government. We have central government, we also have local governments. And local governments by law, you know, you have the corporate body mandate, you can own, you can succeed, and you can also buy your own property. Therefore, what the exercise means is that we are taking stock. We are creating an inventory, which you know very well, but it will be properly segregated. This is central government, Minister of Finance. Central government, Minister of Education. Government, KABALE district, local government. So that one, they have called for a shared responsibility, and we are here to seek your help in coordinating this exercise. To give me a minute to consult over an issue of making some questions to the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister says she's here with us. She's seated, and we are going to allow a couple of questions so that you can have the answers from the horse's mouth of the Minister of State for Land. Questions, please, to the Minister. We shall take 5 questions since she's here seated. 5 questions. 1, seems the Honorable Minister, your class is very brilliant. The class is very brilliant. Okay, I reduce them because of your brilliancy to 3. 3 questions. Are these going to collect the notes? Don't cheat the exam. Or are these going out? I am reducing the questions to 2. Yes, our lady is there. I have take a microphone, the other lady. You say your name, station, and you fire the question.
Komwanj Eudia Mutabazi, Town Clerk, Ruchiga Mparo Town Council. I want to appreciate the Minister of Lands for this initiative of rethinking about protection of government land. We have had some cases where we would go to court and you find a local government is hassling with cases as if we are handling individual cases. And especially, most of the cases, because of the poverty levels at communities, you find government land is being sold off by our local leaders, where a local leader commends an individual that is owner of the land. And when you go to court, you find a person is capable to mobilize the whole community by giving them just 10,000. As an example, when you are in courts of law representing a government, representing a local government, you find you are overwhelmed by the community members in support of an individual. And when actually you've been practicing some activities on a piece of land for a period of not less than 15 years, and even when the community members are aware that this is government land, it has been government land, but they all pay a diff year. So for that matter, it's good you've launched this program, and my request is to deepen down the awareness, most especially to our local leaders when it comes to protection of government land. Short of that, it is local leaders who are betraying protection of government land. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the second question here.
Thank you very much.
I'm seeing him. I'm going there.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we appreciate the presence of our minister here in Chigezi. Madam, you began by appreciating us and saying you want us to have genuine conversations from this. And we promise we are going to be very genuine. In your submissions, Honourable Minister, you did speak about land registration process.
The name?
I'm Kakuru Robert, and I'm from the civil society organizations. So, yes. When you were mentioning that, Honourable Minister, when the government was doing rationalization of government agencies, we thought they were trying to address, government was trying to address many stop centers in the registration process of different entities. Also registering land, Honourable Minister, there is a problem once you are registering, you want a freehold or you want something, you go into different centers. And those different centers, first of all, they are hectic. They discourage Ugandans, citizens from getting titles because the process is hard. You see, getting that. Requirements are so many. And in those processes, even those who try, there's a lot, every center, every stop center is a corruption center. There's something you live there. So when you talked about corruption, I wanted to ask a question. How does the ministry, when you were talking about our NIN, driving permit number, talking about TIN, how does the ministry intend to create a linkage, a one-stop linkage, so that if Kakuru is registering, I'm applying for a title, maybe my my NIN number can link me to something without necessarily going into many registration processes. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. We take the microphone to the gentleman here.
you, Honorable Minister, for that submission. Katibere Anderson Charles, Governor of Rukungi District Local Government. I think I heard you correctly saying you are going to give out free. Yes, correct. Yes, Rukungi District. Yeah. If I heard you correctly, you said you are going to give out free services in terms of giving us the land titles for government land we are in, and even for the general population. I wanted to know your program. When is this going to start? Where are you going to start? And can I request that you start with Kigezi region? Thank you very much.
Most welcome. Do you have a neighbor here? You can, I can revise my minimum question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We go back to 5.
My name is Francis Biamukama. I'm the chairman of LC5 Kanungu.
No.
I've been here,
He was here.
yeah, since morning.
Francis is my chairman.
We appreciate the initiative, Honorable Minister. I just have one key concern. I just have one key concern about what we call using a scenario of one of my sub-counties in the district, whereby we have come to establish kind of grabbed and have stayed years now.
Who is sabotaging Kanungu? You are sabotaging Kanungu government.
So this land, this government land, has already been settled and developed, and we have mosques there, we have schools there, and we have individual homes standing on government land. In that case, what is your office going to do to help sort out such a situation? Because it is a serious conflict to an extent that some members of the public challenge government.
That is the fifth.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Timothy Nwebiona. I'm the physical planner for Rubanda District. My 3 major concerns are on Timothy, physical planner Rubanda. So one is on the inter-district and inter-institutional boundaries that are not clear in the Uganda National Land Information System. These town councils, districts were created, gazetted, but not mapped. The question is how the ministry will come up to support the MZOs to be able to rectify this challenge, because you find someone wants a title in KABALE, his land falls in Rubanda, and so you find issues with mapping and issuing out titles. Secondly, it is on the issue of building infrastructure, adequate infrastructure and technology and systems. If I processed a title 20 years ago under Rwanda district, maybe under Project Codate, how will I be able to trace this at the district? Because you understand that issuance at districts is, it's done at the district recorders at that level are the ones that issue. But we don't have infrastructure, technology to be able to track and also in future link what we are doing with the ministries, the National Land Information System. So our concern as district land officers is that we need to be equipped and also have an interlink, we interlink our offices with the Ministry of Lands, zonal offices probably. Lastly, it's about the project that the RDC for KABALE talked about, the EGRI project, which in Rwanda I happen to be the focal person of issuance of certificates of customary ownership. We think that there's still a gap between communication from our ministry, higher level, to the CODAID management, because we have guidelines of issuing CCOs, but the tools that they came up with are not really at standard. We thought that the guidelines talk of RTKs, it talks of GNSS inbuilt tablets that can help in accuracy, in mapping, but when you look at the tablets that were given, they're really not as accurate. And a place like this, in Chigezi, where we have land fragmentation, it really causes a lot of conflict other than giving a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us take that first set of 5, and then we shall see if the minister is still available, we shall add. Okay, that one has violated the rules, but now you are allowed.
Thank you very much, sir.
Number 6.
My name is Naboth Isaac Nwagaba. I work with Uganda Radio Network and Hope Radio FM KABALE. I really want to appreciate this workshop because it brings a lot of sensitization and access to information. And I would request the Commission and with the Ministry to really intensify sensitization, because when you invite people, it means you need their help, their contribution in trying to secure land for future use, like you said. For example, we have issues here in KABALE where you have information that the local government is either leasing land or transferring ownership to another entity, or they have sold it. We've been having that information, but it brings a lot of confusion here. And in the public, it's always chaotic. You have heard the RDC talk about a journalist who was cut last night. This is one of the journalists who has been talking about the KABALE Municipal Yard. It's a public land that was reportedly sold away, reportedly. So I would like to understand, under what circumstances does a government entity sell out land or lease it? Under what circumstances does it transfer land ownership from, let's say, KABALE District Local Government to KABALE University, KABALE District Local Government to KABALE Regional Referral Hospital? What is the mandate of these local district local governments, municipal authorities? What are their mandates in as far as land ownership is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take those 5. Honorable Minister, I beg that you respond to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to really thank the members. I can see now you've started following keenly, because when we fail to get questions, You can see the reason why we have a standby generator. When power goes off, the generator must do what? Must work. And I want to thank you for being very, very attentive and asking these pertinent questions. The question from the chairman, LC5 of Kanungu, of Rukunjiri and Kanungu, are very, very pertinent. Let me start with those ones. Because the chairman was asking when are we starting? The process has already started. This process here that you're seeing us do is not for fun. It's a serious process. It's a formality, and it is a process that begins, that sparks the process of titling of government land. So when you see us in your region, know that by hierarchy, you are going to be beneficiary number one from the process as it starts. Because out of the how many regions that we have, most of the sub-regions are many. But we picked out where we thought would begin the process. As we leave, our team starts off. Now, immediately we finish this exercise, the teams will begin, because we cannot title what we don't know. So the process of capturing information will be followed by a process of surveying. Now, a process of surveying will also be followed by a process of now recording, and then system entering, and then title production. So we are going to go systematically. But remember, this is the process that is very critical, because as we go out, before we bring in those surveyors to be cut like they cut the journalist, the blogger, you can see now where the challenge came. Because he stood up and spoke and said, this land belongs to the here, you know, like that. Now, we are about to start getting the culprits. Because if the land was town council against I don't know who, now we should be knowing who is aggrieved. And the reason why he is aggrieved. So we are going, the process has started, and it has started in your area. You are going to be beneficiaries number one. Now, ULC, you need to answer the question of the individuals who are on land. I had spoken about it, and I thought maybe those ones who have such titles and bought from, but if you bought from the cow, or bought from the land officer by then, bought from a hospital administrator, you may have, your title is likely to face challenges. But if you bought from somebody who had given the hospital land on a lease basis, and either the lease spent 99 years or 49 years, and elapsed, and the government did not pick interest into renewing it, then the owner reclaimed the land and sold. You have a case to listen to. I don't know whether I'm clear on that. Because there are those ones where individual like me can say, no, I need a health center in my area. I have a lot of hectares here. I can cut this, and then we put what? A health center, a hospital. Now, when I die, or maybe I'm about to die, the 49 years have elapsed, You have not taken care as government to go back and say, on which terms did we get this land? If it was on lease, you were supposed to run back to renew. To renew. Now, if you did not do that, the owner would think, or the generation to come would think, that that time has done what? Has elapsed, and you no longer have interest in that land. And the children will claim. And sell. They will make titles and sell. So now there you have a case. We need to really look into your matter very critically. But ULC, you'll add on. I thought that was supposed to be the question. Then Mutabazi Yudia was talking about, the confusion which is between the LOCs. The LOC one chairperson is supposed to be the eye. They call themselves the presidents of the village. And again, you are the president of the village. Now you are the one stealing village land. Because the hospital sits in your village, now you think you can grab and take the land. This time around, whether you are LOC or not, this government doesn't want to know. Even if you are the LOC 3 or 5, a time will come, we shall ask you those questions. So, in Luganda they say, okwekobanya. Okwekobana. You gang with the community to fight a local government. You are ganging with the community, with a person with a grabber, to fight the local government. We shall see how we are going to handle you. So we want those cases to come out. Let the complaints come out. You, the local government, write to us, complaining. We shall summon those people and summon the people who gave us the land when the LOC was not yet in position. And even though he was in the position, he was a witness to the transaction of that land. So we shall deal with all those ones in place. But I still saw from your challenge, I realized there is a problem between the local government and either when you create a city and the headquarters are to sit in a certain district headquarter, there is that conflict. What land belongs to the city and which land belongs to the district? That conflict has been there, and we have called all these two bodies to come up. If you want a city, you are the ones who were on the floor of parliament through your members of parliament. We want a city status. We want a state status. But you don't want to give land. Then you must be having a problem also. You must be sharing. A town council which has been elevated to a municipality status, then the municipality should be accommodated from your land, because you are the ones who said you have the capacity to do what? To mother or to graduate. You cannot say you have been a master's student and then when a PhD comes, you cannot accommodate the PhD certificate. No. You must be, your body should be able to accommodate the new advancement. So now this local government, which is a center, or a town council, or a district local government, and it has been a town, and then you get a district status, you are given a new district, you must accommodate the new district. We don't need to come in now to adjudicate and negotiate for you. You must sit down and say, now the chairman LC5 is in place, we must see where you will sit. Remember, we are going to construct a district headquarters on your land. So you should be able to give room for the district to exist. So, but however, some of those complaints have been coming to us, and we've been sitting them down to harmonize. It is not a do or die. Today you are the chairman, tomorrow you are going to lose the election, another one will do what? Will come. I'm not saying these chairmen are going to lose, but we have been in and out. You'll lose, and another one will come in, but the land will not increase. Now the local, there are also big shots who have been bribing here and there. Big shots. The Gamba Nogu. You know them. Those who think that are untouchable or what. We have cited them, and my approach has been very, very clear. You are a Gamba Nogu in your ministry, or Gamba Nogu in your department which you head. But don't let your Gamba Nogu thing destroy my what? My ministry. I've been engaging them, and they have come out to showcase their what? Their problems. There are also some of them are government officials, some of them are soldiers in government, others have retired soldiers. But also being a soldier doesn't mean that you cannot own land. Own land in a free and fair what? Way, without touching people's peace. Kakuru Robert talked about the anti-corruption. He works with the Anti-Corruption Coalition. Now, talked about the registration at the EMZOs. Now, this is the challenge that we are talking about. The system which is at the EMZO, I explained to you that is being manipulated. Now we have come up with another system, which is the blockchain. The land information system has been covering only the information that you bring in as it is entered at the beginning of the process. But the blockchain, because the other one was handling only the title, the plot numbers, it was not covering the whole entire system. But now the blockchain is going to handle the bigger part. Starting from the 1900 what? Pieces of land, including those ones that the representative of the president talked about, given by Amin, those decrees and all that is all going to be covered under the blockchain. Remember, we are trying to phase out the blue pages, coming out with a white page. But we cannot do that without capturing all the information embedded in the blue pages. You'll understand these details as we go on with the what? With the study. Then the Katebere Charles. Katebere Charles I answered. The Timothy, the fiscal planner. The internal institutional interinstitutional boundaries. We shall open them. We shall open them if a school has mothered, a health center has mothered a school, or a district has mothered a hospital. We shall talk to these two bodies and say, you have produced this child. Now give the child what? Their share, and then we put a boundary and title, so that these people are two different what? Struggling entities, because they are all can sue and all can be sued. Now the issue of the mapping, you know your cadastral things, how you maneuver with them. I tell you, the land officer, we shall come and discuss a language that we understand. Because we are using those machines, we shall not continue like that. Let you as a land, because now the EMUZOs also have a problem. They are administered by the PAS, yeah? Principal, they call them what? PAS is what? Principal Assistant Secretary. This person comes from President's office. He is deployed by President's office. Much as like the permanent secretary is also deployed to a ministry by the head of service. So we still have a lacuna there. We are saying for somebody to lead an EMZO, you must be having either a knowledge or a background on how these people are maneuvering with this, with the land systems. You either be a surveyor or a land officer or have something background on land matters. But of course, it has not yet gone through. We want somebody who can deeply know what the EMZOs are doing. Otherwise, the EMZOs will be resolved. We cannot continue with the people who are creating a bad name, using those cadastros and what, those mapping and what, double mapping, triple mapping, and all those. We cannot continue like that. So, we have reforms what we are trying to put in place as a ministry, but we have to discuss them as ministers, then discuss them in top management, widen them to cabinet, and the cabinet sends them either to wherever they want, and then we do what? We make the system clear. So issuance of titles has also been attended to, because it is done by these EMZOs. EMZOs are not interlinked with the ministry. Why? Through one system or through administration? We are going to check that. Why are you not linked with your ministry? Are you a different ministry in your area? Land officer, tell me. How are you disconnected from the mother tree? Because the tree is here, you are a branch. We have 22 branches. So where are you getting water from? Oh. Okay.
But I'm not saying we are not linked. Oh. But in terms of technology, we can't be able to feed the ministry on the system. Yes, the district and the ministry.
Yes. I understand that. So we need to, that's why now we are bringing in the blockchain, which will communicate directly from central government to the EMZOs, to the district land board, direct, even on your phone as the chairperson committee, the land committee chair, will access that system. Like for example, if I want my NINI number, I will go I will put in NIRA, then NIRA will flow, then I will put in my name will flow, and then my NINI number will do what? Will come. Even if it is a TINI number, I'm doing business. I can even do business online. I can trade with Rwanda, I can trade with any country without moving. Just throw in my TINI number, then I see the other one also throws in, I send money, I do what? We can transact. So the system that is communicating up to the central government, to the local person, is what we are looking at. And that one will sort the issues that the district leadership is raising. Now the question from, the last question from, on the CCOs. This was raised by, I don't know, someone. The journalist. Yes. The journalist needs information. The guidelines on the tablets. No, this is not the journalist. It's you. Because a journalist doesn't know the tablets. These tablets now are administrative. I'm going to check and see which type of tablets we are given to you, which are not accurate, which are causing us to be blamed up and down, or which people think that by using them and they are not bringing the real information, then you are corrupt. We need to get this system, I mean, the facilities cleared. And then I will come back and sort it with you. Naboth is the radio, Uganda Radio Network. And at least somebody was appreciating. Naboth was appreciating. When I'm mukubireko mungalo. Yes, appreciating the exercise, appreciating the initiative, appreciating and showing that this exercise is going to do a lot for us. But of course, he was bringing out the confusion in transferring of land, the confusion in lease, local government and municipalities. I think that is where the challenge was coming. Where does this industrial park belong? Where does this park yard belong? Where does this thing belong? Yes, stadiums belong and all those things. I think the purpose of the inventory now can be realized on this. Once we sort out those, once we register and capture, all these facilities will have ownership. The segregation, the sorting will be done. You can see how this exercise is very, very powerful. It is going to sort out all that mess that has been there. Lack of boundaries, lack of knowledge about where you begin, where you end. You are LOC5, you don't know which land was given to DATIC. DATIC by then was an agricultural program. Which one is for Naro? Where did Naro get the land from and how big is it? How do you give it out? Like for example, as a district, we gave out land to UDC to put a cocoa factory. But again, UDC is delaying. Now we are thinking about giving it to another project. But remember, we have already given it to them. They have already titled. Because they said they cannot put a project before they title it. So that the investor puts in money. So now those are the challenges. You give, but you want again to remove. No. So we need to sort ourselves on a real, true ownership of this land. Because remember, UDC will not carry it from Bundibujo to Kampala. No. But still, when they don't put a project that was intended to be put, they cannot also continue holding our land when we have other investors to do it, to develop. Microphone grabbing. Others are grabbing land, others are grabbing the microphone. So we are going to, this project is going to help us to sort out all those messes. But if I've left out any question unanswered well, the Uganda Land Commission come here, is going to answer this. Don't take to the chair. You are the custodian. You see how he's running away from responsibility. He wants me to call the chairman. Please come and answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Of course, when the chairperson is present, I have to get a go-ahead. But the question that I wanted to respond to was the one about where government land has been occupied for over 50 years. It has a school, it has a hospital, it has people, individuals. I would want to say that all these cases are going to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. For some cases, definitely, we hope to have them regularized so that they have a title from the Land Commission. For example, if maybe the school has a freehold title on government land, maybe we can convert that into a lease from government because it has maybe an illegal title. But where maybe the areas are ecologically sensitive and they are occupied, maybe we might have to look at means of resettlement. I would say it will be really case by case or compensation. But the aim for the initial exercise, we do not plan to evict anyone. We need to be able to take stock of everything. We look at where there are encroachments, the nature of the encroachment, and work together with everyone to see the best way to deal with the encroachment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and all the previous speakers in the morning session. Fellow participants, thank you very much for being good attendants, listeners. We are now coming close, we have come close to the morning session, and we are breaking in for a health break after the photo shoot session. Leticia, inform.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, members, for the attentiveness to the presentations. Thank you, our Honorable. It was great. Members, we are breaking up for a photo moment. We shall all go down at the next garden, down at the garden, and have our photo moment with the Honorable Minister. And after that, we are breaking up for lunch. Now, the lunch program is we shall have the VIPs going to the restaurant. Honorable Minister, you're invited. You can come for lunch. So the members of the commission, the RDCs, the LC5 chairpersons, the mayors, we shall have our lunch at the restaurant, the hotel restaurant. It's in the main building. Then the rest of us, we shall come here in the first garden in the tents. So lunch is ready. Please, you're all welcome. Thank you. The break will be 1 hour. This is 1 hour. We'll be back for the next presentations. We can kindly go for the photo moment first and then lunch. Thank you.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Banana City, the land of America.
If the ownership of land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, if documentations are not clear, to be followed, the implementation of these programs is flawed. This land which we call government land is our land for generations to come. When it is forestry land, whether it is national park, whether it is a wetland, it is reserved for us, our future generation.
I think what many people don't understand is that the presence of government land in your area is a big asset for development of that area.
Nochima yangu erinitaka rya ganji bakandi bajete ganji.
That we are working hard to ensure that we have a comprehensive land inventory, which is going to help us to be a little bit more serious in the way we manage this land. So this afternoon, we are going to have 2 presentations, and that will lead us to the bit of questions and answers. I will now call upon, before I call upon the presenter, you have heard from the previous speakers that the land is not in Kampala, it is in your districts. It's in your districts, and there is no way we can get to know where that land is apart from you. So the presentations will be about which land, where is it, what is happening with that land, how do we resolve those many questions that you are answering. So thank you very much. I'm going to invite Ronnie Bahungule, our senior land officer, to make the first presentation. Listen carefully, and you can note down the question so that when we come to the question and answer, you are catered for. We shall give him only, because it is already 3 o'clock, and my aunties and uncles of Chisoro have to go back. So kindly, Ronnie, keep the 30 minutes. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start on the protocol already established. So I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you once again to this fifth regional stakeholder engagement. And it's my singular honor that I step in on behalf of my bosses, the members of the Uganda Land Commission, the chairperson of the Uganda Land Commission, the secretary, and my supervisors to do this presentation. So I do not stand in front of you as the expert. You guys seated in front of me are the real experts. You hold the local knowledge, the legal insights, the institutional memory of the Kigezi sub-region in regards to land management. So I'm only in front of you as a facilitator of your next session. So the presentation here is not a public lecture, but an invitation for you to give us feedback on where we should improve and how best we can have a watertight inventory of government land. So who is the Uganda Land Commission? The Uganda Land Commission is established under Article 238 of the Constitution, and under Article 239, it is mandated to hold and manage government land. Similarly, under Sections 49 and 50 of the Land Act, Cap 236, the constitutional mandate of the Uganda Land Commission is put into practice. That is to hold and manage land that is vested in or acquired by the government of Uganda. The strategic objectives of the Uganda Land Commission are very clear, and those are service responsive management of government land. We also leverage digital transformations. That's why this inventory is intended to be a digital one. But also, we intend to boost sustainability and partnerships and ensure we do stakeholder engagement and have public trust if we are going to manage government land. So the constitution and legal mandate of the commission is well outlined. Like I said, Article 239 of the Constitution, then the Land Act, Cap 236, that should be sections 49 and 50, stated very clear that the commission is mandated to hold and manage the government land within the country, but also land outside the country. Whereas we do that, the Uganda Land Commission is also charged with another key responsibility, and that is management of the land fund. But also the institutional procedures set it very clear on what we do as a commission. Next slide, please. So what is government land that we're trying to make an inventory of? So to define, government land is land vested in or acquired by the government in accordance with the Constitution, or land acquired by the government abroad. It is also land that is lawfully held, occupied, and used by government and its agencies for the purpose of delivering functions of government. Furthermore, government land also covers land held in trust of its citizens, including land reserved for ecological purposes, natural heritage, for the common good of the people. It could stretch to also cover lakes, rivers, wetlands, forests, and game reserves, but also parks. This category, though, is protected under separate legislations and gazettement. So I think we've tried to define what government land and what government land is and what land we're here for. We very well know and acknowledge the fact that land in Uganda under Article 237 belongs to the people, to the citizens of Uganda. However, the same constitution under 237.2 is very clear that there will be sections of land in the country of Uganda that will be government land that government will use in order to provide services to its people. So furthermore into the categories that I further defined. So there will be land that is vested in. If you go back to the Public Land Act of 1962, but also 1969, there were tracts of land that were vested into the commission. That land, because we're coming from the colonial rule, at 1962, some land that was for the British government was then vested into the Uganda Land Commission for management of government, provision of basic services. The other category is land that government acquires from the 18th centuries to date. We very well know that government through its agencies has acquired large tracts of land under Ministry of Education, Agriculture, name all the MDAs that acquire land in Uganda. The other category is institutional land, that is land occupied by institutions such as schools, hospitals, and ministries. But also there is land for parastatals and constitutional bodies. That's why we earlier on started with the MDAs in our first engagement in Kampala. But there is also land abroad for missions of Uganda abroad. All that land is under the custody and management of the Uganda Land Commission. There's land that falls under administrative headquarters, sub-county headquarters, parish headquarters, and all that. All that is government land. Whereas later on you may want to say, isn't that local government land? We can always come to the discussion. A local government or central government, it's all government, but just because of the principle of decentralization, the local government, on the other hand, also manage government land that is at the local level. The other categories are the other protected reserves. There are also public utility lands, which are such as dams, water resources, and the rest. There are also corridors and improvements, such as roads, power lines, ECOP, pipeline, and all that. All those are government land. So, but to understand why we are here today, we need to go back before all this started, before we became a country, before our boundaries were defined. So before the 1900s, land was customarily held across the vast areas of Uganda. The rights were derived from community membership under customary law. So by then, the 16th century and the rest, land was typically held through families, clans, communities, structures, but also structured on customs of a particular area. So whereas where I come from in Bunyoro, there were other practices. I want to believe that even here in Kigezi region, there were customs that managed land. So at around 1894, Uganda is declared a British protectorate. And with that, we see later on at 1900, in the areas of Uganda, there is a Uganda agreement. In the areas of Ankole, which is next to you, there's the Ankole agreement of 1901 and other agreements. Around please go back to the previous one. Around 1903, there's a Crown Lands Ordinance that brings all land within the protectorate. That was government land then under the British rule. That means any land that was not for the kings or chiefs that were existing at the time was left into the British protectorate under the governor then. So that means in Buganda, whereas you had Milo land, you also had Crown land. Bunyoro was the same thing. But we'll see later on, around, there's a phase there, around 1910, the Kigezi region was a very unique one. We very well know that whereas there was a rush to have the Buganda agreement and the rest, the southwestern part of Uganda remained under contestation by the European powers. That were the Germans, the British, and the Belgians. So whereas there were agreements in the other side, it was until 1910 that the Kigezi region, under the Brussels Convention, was brought into and made a part of the British protectorate. By then, I think the British had to give up part of the land in German, and then this other area here was annexed into the Ugandan area. So that also meant that the Crown Lands Ordinance of 1903 had started to affect land in the Kigezi area. That meant that whereas there was land for the chiefs in the Kigezi area, there was a given section of land that was vested into the crown then. That means we had all uncultivated areas and vast areas were then became our crown land under the Crown Lands Ordinance. At 1962, we get independence, and At independence, all Crown land is vested into the Uganda Land Commission. That goes later on to about 1975, where we see the decree. So the decree here abolishes all other tenure systems in other areas and converts all of them into leases, and all land was vested into the Uganda Land Commission. In 1995, that's about a good number of years, the constitution, we get a new government, and the constitution vests all land in Uganda into its citizens. But like I said, at that point, there's land that was left under the Uganda Land Commission. That was government land, like we defined earlier. 1998, the Land Act is put in place to operationalize the reforms in the land regime. So what you see today, maybe if you could go back to the previous one, what you see today as a record of government land will be a part of a lot of history of revolution that we've gone through as a country. So the commission, but also I believe what you have here in the Kigezi region will be various parts of how government land came, which land went back, and the rest. So we're dealing with the unknown, but we can only do it if we go through the history of how certain parts of land became government land, what went out, and the rest. Okay, we can then leave the history and come to the present. Please. So at 1995, Uganda Land Commission is mandated with management of government land, and the management life cycle is outlined there. At acquisition, titling, the inventory protection, Uganda Land Commission works closely with all MDAs to ensure that government land is managed very well. Whereas we do that, we also make sure that we lease out part of government land for private individuals. That is land that we feel that MDAs may not be using, or they've lost interest in using them. We can lease out part of that land to private individuals for us to generate a revenue. Can skip that. We can proceed, please. So why do we need a comprehensive land inventory now? Like I said earlier, there's a constitutional mandate that requires us to do this as a Uganda Land Commission, but of course working with you, the local government, and as our key stakeholders. There's a policy requirement under the National Land Policy of 2013, Statement 27, that requires government to audit, survey, and title and take stock of government land. Vision 2040 of Uganda requires us to have systematic demarcation of land nationwide, like the minister and my bosses earlier stated, about only 26% of government land, which is 23% in Uganda, is titled. The World Bank requirements, which I feel affect the Kigezi region, from time to time when you have to do a development on anything, maybe a seed school, a market, and the rest, you're required to have a title, proof of ownership of the land where government is going to do these investments. Next slide, please. There are presidential directives, with the recent one being of April 2026, that is directing the Uganda Land Commission to have an inventory of all government land. There are parliamentary resolution, cabinet directives, budget call circulars that you may have seen in your respective administrative areas that have been calling you frequently to register and title all government land. I'm sure some of the ministers have come in to support you. Next slide, please. So, but we have a problem. Currently, government land records are scattered across different MDAs, Ministry of Lands, Uganda Land Commission, and the local governments. So we have a significant portion of government land that remains untitled, which is about 26%. That means about 74% of government land in Uganda is not titled yet. You see, you know the consequences of that. The risk of not having that means that there are double allocations from time to time, there are encroachments on government land, and failure to do this is going to hinder the future generation from benefiting from this key public asset. There's a weak evidence that we cannot do anything with the unknown. So it is key that we do this inventory now. So the purpose of this engagement is, one, to create awareness. We've come here to make sure that we create awareness amongst you, our stakeholders, on what we intend to do, but also ask you to join us. We have come here to mobilize you, to bring you on board and ask you to work with us as a Uganda Land Commission to make sure that we have an inventory of government land for the entire country, but for KZ area at large. We've come here to make sure that we discuss with you on the key roles and responsibilities that each one of us in our respective MDAs has to play in order for us to have this as a win for the entire country, but not for just the Uganda Land Commission. We've also come here to present to you our methodology and our processes for us to get feedback from you. We believe that you're the experts. That's why you're seated there and here facilitating you today. We want you to give us feedback on each and every step that we're going to do, because this cannot be done without your local knowledge, without your insight, without your institutional memory of what happened in Kigezi area. Whereas I've tried to paint the picture, but I know you know it better. We can proceed. So the benefits of having an inventory will be this. We'll be able to reduce disputes and compensation costs. We'll protect sensitive ecosystems. We'll have real-time access to records. We'll strengthen land governance and administration. So we have the key stakeholders here. Uganda Land Commission working with the Ministry of Lands are the steering wheel as only facilitators of this. But we want to work with you. We want to work with the physical planning committees, the district land boards. We want to work with all the stakeholders that we invited here and those that are out there to join us and make sure that this key mandate is fulfilled, not only for the current government, but also for the future generations that are yet to come. So what will be the roles of the MDAs in this? Ministry of Lands will provide policy oversight, but also their Department of Surveys and Mapping will support this activity in providing the maps and all that to ensure that this activity is done. Uganda Land Commission, working with them, will lead the identification and taking record of the inventory. The different ministries, departments, and agencies were already required to declare information of government land under their records across the entire country. But here we're here today, the local governments, the district land boards, all those technical committees that you have in your respective areas. You have a very key role of supporting the identification, adjudication, demarcation, ground truthing, and mobilizing local communities to join this key national initiative. Police and security agencies are required to make sure that this activity is not seen as an eviction activity, but people out there should embrace it. So they should provide enough security to our teams while they go out there to verify and identify government land. Other stakeholders, religious institutions, civil society, and other opinion leaders, all of them have a key role to play in this exercise. So what does ULC need now from you, the stakeholders? Like I said, various MDAs have already nominated focal persons and have already sent us lists of government land under them. We continue to receive and work with them to ensure that we capture all the information that they have. The local governments, you are required to, going forward, nominate focal persons that we'll work with, submit to us list of government land within your area, whereas be it under the local government or Uganda Land Commission, whereas as long as you have an indication that this is government land, we require you to submit such information. But also the physical planning committees, submit to us the planning and land use data that you have for your area, such that we have an inventory that is not just a list of pieces of government land, but should have an inventory that is very comprehensive and informative. The land registry will provide us with extracts and technical verifications. The lessees that are here in the Kigezi region are required to update their records. The survey and mapping department under Ministry of Lands will provide the technical support to Uganda Land Commission in doing this. The media, the fourth estate, my friends are here. They're required to communicate effectively about this exercise. You're required to communicate information as is, and that's why in the information packs that you have there, the answer booklets, FAQs, and the rest. So we require you to present the project or activity as is. So this is the methodology that we'll be using. So we started with mobilization and sensitizations. The teams did cadastral data sourcing and documentary reviews. We did some reconnaissance surveys in other areas, but will also be ongoing in some of these other areas. We will do field visits and data collection and validation. Our teams will do field verification. They'll conduct boundary opening, fresh surveys for unsurveyed parcels, and they will inspect all these government parcels in your area, but also the entire country to ensure that the right information is captured. They will have already developed a geo-enabled database. What is only remaining is information to be collected on ground and be verified with all of us that are here, then to be put into the system, and then we'll have accesses. And then later on, we'll have capacity building. But one of the key stages is documentary review. But doing this, because like I said, Uganda has gone through various regimes of government. So it is key that we review all these documents with care to see to it that the right information or right implementation is given to what forms government land now, given the history that we've gone through. But we intend to look at these three evidence grades. Evidence grade A, it will be primary proof that this is government land as long provided that there is a certificate of title of the for government. There is a historical map from the cadastre. Our teams from Entebbe or the survey department should be knowing this. If there is a government installation on land, we'll take that this is evidence grade A, that this is true, that the government has interest in this land. But there is also evidence grade B, secondary proof, presence of a government installation, whereas BIDA may not have done a title for this, for all the works departments or camps that were there. But as long as there is an installation that is dated to the 70s and the rest, we'll take that as proof that this is government. Government had an interest in this parcel. But of course, this will be subject to verification. That's why we'll need all your input in all this. There will also be evidence grade C, that with the tertiary, any other record of government land interest can leave that. The survey and mapping activities will be also be key because, like we said, we intend to go on ground and make sure that the parcels are identified, survey data is picked, titles are processed, and this information is kept into the inventory. The inventory outputs will be a geo-enabled database that will be able, that anyone will be able to access it from anywhere in this in the country or the world. Proceed, please. There will be field verifications. That will be the process. Starts with a pre-field briefing. We'll do stakeholder notifications when you're coming to your various areas to do the actual pickup of these parcels. We'll do boundary walks for each of these parcels. We'll do stakeholder engagements at all the lower local levels to ensure that people do not misconceive the project. And down here, that will be the more to the survey bit. There will be photos and sketch of government land. There will be exceptional handling in the event we find challenges in the area. So the typical illustration of the inventory will be this. The inventory is more focused on the parcel. We're interested not just in the list of government land, but we're interested in knowing a lot of details about the given government land in a given area. So for every parcel, we intend to have a title, want to know the tenure and rights that are existing, want to know the custodian or MDA that is using it. If it's a school or institution, whatever it is that is there, we intend to know whether it is being leased out or it is used by the government entity. We want to know the nature of developments on land. From the physical planning bit, we want to know the land use planning for the area. Does it, the current use, is it compatible with what is on the land use plan of your area, and all that? All this information we want to capture it. Please, next. That will be the system, more or less the geo-enabled database. It will have these interfaces, and later on, we'll return back to you here to take you through or demonstrate to you the database itself. But briefly, it will have these various parameters in there. Next slide, please. What is the progress so far? We've already done circulars with various MDAs, like I said, and have given us feedback. Field verifications are ongoing. We started with 16 cities and municipalities. Those ones are yet to be completed, but we decided to roll out this exercise to become a national exercise. So we did a national stakeholder engagement on the 7th of July. We've done various regional stakeholder engagements, and today we are here in Kigezi region for our 5th stakeholder engagement. After this, we'll do more as well. Next slide, please. That's just more of data sources that we'll be using on where we'll be getting information. Please, next slide. And skip that as well. And there'll be data security. We very well know that for any system, if you do not have data access protocols, you're in a mess. So whereas the general public will be allowed to access information of government land in their area, but certain people will have limited levels of access to it. But we promise you that you, the key stakeholders, should be able to access as much information as you can to enable you or assist you in decision making at local government level. We've anticipated, we have anticipated legal and operational challenges. What do we anticipate given the population that has been expanding in the Kigezi area since the 1950s or 20s? We anticipate encroachment on government land, caveats on government land, difficulty in identifying government land, boundary conflicts, irregular allocations, delayed submissions of lists from you, overlapping mandates between the Uganda Land Commission and the district land boards. Mention it, but a few. But why this activity is important is that we want you to join us to do the inventory first. Let's take an inventory of all government land wherever it is. If there are cases of us, we have a boundary dispute, mandates are overlapping, we'll go into those negotiations later on. Cases of adjudication will be handled as we progress. But the issue first is to have the inventory done. That's a sample of the inventory. Please go can go to the next slide. That as well. Let's proceed. That as well. Yeah. So, friends, a complete parcel-based inventory won't depend only on the Uganda Land Commission. It will be a shared responsibility. And one of the key takeaways that each one of us should go with is that you have a role to play in this. So it's not a role of Uganda Land Commission, but it will be a shared responsibility. You have the information, you have the expertise, and we're here to get that from you if we are to have this done for government. But if we do this, we'll be able to have an event of government land that will be used not only for the current generation, but for the future generations that will come. So today's commitment is more to ensure that you guys join us in this cause. Like I said earlier, we're not the expertise. The experts were here to build and tap onto your expertise to see to it that the inventory that we are going to do for government will be a watertight one. It will be one that the future generations will look at and say, my fathers and mothers back then in 2026 did the right thing for this government, for good of my country.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Kindly give him another big hand clap. I believe everybody has got a handout. Has everybody got a handout of this presentation? That's good. Okay, I'm just going to summarize. Ronnie just unpackaged this process, what we shall cover in the inventory. In this very presentation, he talked about our role as ULC, and I'm sure you have got a deep understanding of what we are and why we are doing this. He also mentioned the purpose of this engagement, which includes creating awareness, the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders, mobilizing yourselves to make sure that you take record of the land, government land records in your districts, and to collect feedback from you. And in this same presentation, he explained what each and every stakeholder is supposed to do, right from the area land committees, district land boards, the technocrats, the leadership. And you realize it's not a one-man's exercise. All of us ought to be involved if we are to succeed in what we are doing. He also mentioned the methodology. How are they going to do it? How are they going to collect this data? Who is going to be involved in collecting that data? How does survey and mappings come in? How do the locals come in? There are some old people who know where the PIDA camps were. There are all elders in our districts who know where government land was. He also gave an illustration of the inventory, which is not just a list of properties of the government land in your districts, but something deeper to pick on exactly where is this land, how big is it, who is on it, so that it can help us know where to start from, who has encroached on what, how do we resolve that dispute. In Masaka, somebody told us that the got a project, not Masaka, I think Marara. They got a project and could not go ahead with it because they did not have that land. So we believe this exercise is going to help all of us, and it is not something which we should ignore. Your input is very important, and I hope you'll cooperate like you have put in your time to come. So it is my prayer that each and every one of you takes an interest in this exercise. One cow in Movende, I picked keywords that he mentioned, why this exercise is important. You need to know it, to document it, protect it, and utilize it. So there is no way we shall do anything in this country for national development if we don't know where our land is. So may I now take this opportunity to invite the second presenter who is going to deal with the titling of land so that you also get to know how is this done on government land. May I now invite Winnie Nandogwa? Oh, okay. Zina. Okay. So it's not a lady, but it's this young gentleman who is going to present that paper, and he will introduce himself.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the plenary chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Allow me build on the protocol already established. I'm by names Wamboga, Alex. Friends call me local breed. I'm here to only guide you to have an understanding of how Uganda Land Commission undertake titling of government land. Like I expect each of us here, the participants, to know why we are here. It is a comprehensive, the theme is a comprehensive government land inventory for sustainable land governance and national development. Thank you so much. We are to look at titling of government land. We want to first have a glance at what is the purpose and objectives of titling government land. In many aspects, titling government land helps government secure ownership. So the only way government land can gain security of tenure is through titling. So when government land is titled, it is secure, it is safe. Preventing illegal encroachment and land grabbing is another purpose for titling government land. In most cases, the encroachers or the land grabbers avoid parcels or pieces of land that are titled. So in titling government land, we have it as a win on our side that we shall be preventing illegal encroachment. Improvement of land administration is one of the purposes of titling government land. Here, services like valuation, surveying can be carried out with ease when the land is titled. Promoting sustainable land use is the key. It is an advantage of titling government land. Next. To increase transparency and accountability, you can't do things in the open when the land is not titled. Titling government land means the land is in the land registry. So when it's rather in the land register, when the land appears in the land register, whatever happens to it, at least it can be followed up. So there will be increased transparency when government land is titled. Protecting public assets for future generations. Like it always goes that we inherit the motherland not from our ancestors, but from our children. This means that we have to protect the land for the future generations to come. And you can't protect the land for the future generation when it is not formally registered or recorded somewhere. We have the aspect of legal and constitutional framework, whereby the Constitution of Uganda gives to the Ugandan Commission the mandate, gives Ugandan Commission the mandate to hold and manage land on behalf of government. The Land Act Cap 236 defines government land, gives also the same ULC the mandate to cause surveys of land under its jurisdiction, without forgetting the Land Acquisition Act, which governs compulsory acquisition of land for public use under eminent domain. The PPDA Act governs the purchase and transfer of already titled land to government. The Stamp Duty Act allows for transfers made in favor of government to be free of charge. The stamp duty is not levied here. We have the national land policy that guides equitable access and protection of government land, including the ecologically fragile areas. The land regulations here help us to operationalize the provisions in the Act. Next. Under this aspect of titling government land, we have common survey and mapping standards. We have approved downtown, which is critical that all government land surveys are recorded in the approved datum of, as you are seeing, where receivers cannot apply it. It is the approved here. The approved dam is WG S84. So under the common survey and mapping standards, we have projection and zones. Here we use the UTM for coordinates, which is universal traverse Mercator. We have units and coordinates. These are all standards under survey and mapping. We have boundary verification and stakeholder engagement during the survey process. Next. The 7 titling paths. This is where the gist of the matter is. We have my bosses have talked to you in relation to creating or building a rapport with you to enable us identify these parcels or government pieces of land within this region. So in trying to identify the parcels, we envisage that you are going to help us have this achieved. Once we identify land, we expect to have land which is not titled. So the titling process takes the 7 pathways, and I'm here to guide you through the steps to have a fair understanding of the titling process. I mean to reiterate that this is where the gist of the matter is. So we have pathway one, untitled government land vested in the Uganda Land Commission. The first step is identification. Identify and verify the boundaries of untitled land by the user, ministry, department or agency through desk review of deed, plans, maps, lease registers, and titles. After identifying, the next step is application to ULC. The accounting officer of a particular MDA applies to the commission to cause a fresh survey supported by a land verification report. After the application, the survey and demarcation takes shape, and this onus is under Section 53D of the Land Act. The onus which is, with which ULC is charged to undertake the survey. Then documentation, Uganda Land Commission prepares the survey report, cadastral map, and supporting legal documents. The fifth step on this pathway one is public notification. Uganda Land Commission issues a 14 days notice for a public hearing so neighbors can raise objections if any. That pathway one continues with submission to the EMUZO. So the originals are lodged and stamped and sent to the EMUZO. Survey instruction. The staff surveyor issues an instruction to survey. The district staff surveyor signs the report and the cartographer plots the land. What next will be registration, which is done by the Register of Titles after confirmation of information by the senior land officer. Finally, it will be an issuance of title. In the sidebar, there is information which is relevant for our understanding of the process. It has required documents and fees. Kindly have a glance at it on the sidebar. Pathway 2, land acquired by Uganda Land Commission. Here there are two categories. Land, the titled land that can be acquired by the commission, where land acquired is already titled under the land fund program. You will also transfer the same into its names. So that is kind of straightforward, only requiring a transfer into ULC's names. And in this case, like we mentioned earlier on, that the stamp duty is not charged. We are exempted. Untitled land is where we almost repeat the whole process as in pathway 1. We start by verification. Verification of the land, documentation, ULC minutes. ULC issues the minutes to cause a survey under the common section of section 53D and demarcation to national standards. Documentation preparation, survey report, cadastral map, and a memorandum of understanding with the seller and the seller's ID. Here they are required for progress. Notification and registration, 14 days public hearing notice, EMUZO processing. Here it is where the registration also starts to have the land title issued in the names of Uganda Land Commission. Pathway 3, customary land to freehold. Customary land acquired by government entity is converted to freehold. And here the district land board and the area land committee play a very relevant role in this aspect where customary land has to be converted to freehold in favor of Uganda Land Commission. We have the application. Application is logged in. Area Land Committee visits the site, but they prepare the report. Survey and demarcations are done. Then finally, registration of the land through the MZO by the Senior Registrar of Titles. Like I've referred, the sidebar has relevant information for us. We always have a glance at it. Pathway 4 is transfer of titled land. Acquiring titled free lease or mile land follows the PPDA Act procurement process. So here, expression of interest. The government entity expresses interest to acquire the identified land. Due diligence is undertaken. Clearance and contract. Here, the Solicitor General clearance for applicable contracts, purchase through and signed agreement. Transfer instruments, which involve the owner's title copy, signed transfer forms, the TIN, the 2 passport size photos, and the national ID. These are very key in having the transfer effected. Transfer to LLC. The transferred title transfer to LLC with the entity name in brackets. Like we said, the stamp duty is exempted in favor of Uganda Land Commission when doing these transfers. Next, pathway 5, eminent domain. Government may decide to acquire land compulsorily for a project, for public use or a government project. Here, it is a notice first. The acquiring authority issues a formal notice of intention to acquire. Valuation and compensation of project affected persons is done. Then titling is undertaken as the third aspect. Special consideration is under eminent domain. Land acquired under eminent domain must not be diverted to private or speculative use. So that is a major consideration under this eminent domain pathway 5. Pathway 6, a mile land subdivision. Here, the steps to follow when you are subdividing mile land is that you obtain the seller's documents, after which a survey and deed prints. A survey is done, which is followed by a generation of deed plans. MZO submission, originals and photocopies are lodged and stamped. Subdivision takes 10 to 25 working days, producing 2 titles. Then collection, an MDA representative collects the duplicate certificates. The stamped photocopy is returned to the MZO, and transfer and residual. The divided title is transferred to government entity. The residual title is retained to the mile seller with a record of return. Pathway 7 is kingdom and institution land. Here, the steps are not far much different from the previous application. After application, there is inspection and valuation. We eventually come to survey and the eventual titling. So like I've referred, the fees in the sidebar, have a glance at it. Cross-cutting principles and safeguards. Here we look at the compliance, titling must satisfy the national legal and policy framework. Then issuance and custody. These are issued in ULC's names with the entity in brackets. So those are the cross-cutting principles and safeguards. Next. Thank you so much for your audience. I want to emphasize the point of having a comprehensive government land inventory come true. And it cannot only come with Uganda Land Commission taking part. It requires concerted effort. I take it to this is a marriage between Uganda Land Commission and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. They have their baby in the womb. The baby in the womb is comprehensive government land inventory, not so? So when they checked the pregnancy at Mistil, we had the national stakeholders engagement on the same. The doctor referred us to Mukono, that's Uganda 1, to always take antenatal care services from there. So the reference was to be taking antenatal care services from different regions. We started with Uganda 1, Uganda 2 Masaka. We were in Ankole yesterday, but 1. Today we are here. So all the efforts are to have the baby well nurtured, and we get the baby delivered when is in a good condition. The baby is comprehensive government land inventory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Alex, can we give him another round of applause? Like I said, you already have these presentations, and you will read in your free time in detail to understand what Alex has presented. But you all know that it is very important to have a land title. If you don't have a land title, sometimes your ownership is questioned. So Alex took us through why we need that title. And you'll agree with me that it is important for us to secure ownership, to prevent encroachment, to improve our land administration, to increase transparency and accountability, and to protect public assets. He took us also through the legal and constitutional framework, the survey and mapping standards, and finally, the titling pathways. Now, we have done a lot of talking from this side, and I realize some people are getting anxious and really want to go home. I would like to invite questions or comments so that our team can pick really what is it that you have got from this workshop, and how can we improve probably on some of the plans that we have in creating a comprehensive government land inventory. So I'm going to give an opportunity to 5 people, and may I invite the presenters to come and sit here so that you answer these questions. Alex and Ronnie, please come and take your seats. There's one hand. You mention your name, where you're coming from, then your question. Can you take the microphones around? That gentleman first.
Thank you very much. The two presenters, Alex and Ronnie, for bringing us up to speed. Mine are not really questions, but observations and comments. First of all,
Can you tell us your name, please?
I'm Kakuru Robert, and I come from the civil society sector. The inventory and looks comprehensive the way it is, and therefore my worry and question was how friendly will the inventory tool be for one who will be administering it? Is it friendly that it doesn't bore someone to answer today, you again? And having that in mind of the friendly usage of the tool, I see that this process has back and forth, because if I see there is where there is a rejection and reasons for the rejection, don't you think the back and forth is likely to delay the process? And in the delaying process of titling our land, the government land, those delayed processes also bring in some other unnecessary governance challenges. For example, corruption gaps of wanting to jump so quickly for you to get what you want, or if it is too technical for you to look for someone like Ronnie or Alex to do it on your behalf, and then there is a bargaining somewhere under a tree because those things come up. So I wanted to know, as a stakeholder, how sure are we, Alex and Ronnie, that the tool is really friendly and it can make us move so faster to register our government land? Thank you.
Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Mr. Ruben, Secretary Land Board from Rwanda District Local Government. I have two concerns. One goes to Mr. Ron, the first presenter. I appreciate his presentation, but then my worries go to the typical illustration of the parcel, the description of the information that is needed. I'm reading this parcel, the details that is needed. I can see titling, tenure, property description, land use, land value, all that much. Now, how long this exercise will it take? Because let's take example, in a situation where a local government has more than 100 pieces of land, and we need to have to determine the value of each parcel, the value of every other piece of land. And in a situation where we don't have local land valuers, how long will it take us? And what is the budget to this effect? It's a very big exercise. That's number one. Then number two goes to Mr. Alex. Alex says issuance and custody of the title. The title should be in the names of Uganda Land Commission's name with the entity in the bracket. I suppose we have been processing land titles of our entities. Take example, if I'm processing a land title from Rwanda District Government land, I say Rwanda District Local Government, maybe bracket, I say Muko Sub-County Headquarters. But then in a situation where I'm going to process land title in the names of Uganda Land Commission, bracket, Rwanda District, meaning if the custody of this land title goes to Kampala, how safe, how secure is this title? How now does Rwanda now own any land? I submit.
Okay, thank you. The lady?
Thank you. I'm Sarah Nwaga Wayagabe, Sub-County Chief, Uyanja Sub-County, Rukunji District. My question goes to first presenter Lonnie, where he talked about the categories of government land, and he talked of vested, land acquired, institutional land, land for parastatals, land abroad, administrative headquarters. We have the challenge in the sub-county where we have the health centers. They are constructed on the land that was either offered by community individual, which I may call well wishers, and others were donated by the churches, I may say the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church, but we do not have the land titles and we do not even have the agreement that shows that those people willingly agreed that the government facility be constructed on their land. How can we go about it? Because we have tried to engage with the people, the parties, but it's not simple. We do not have the agreement and we do not have the titles, and the process to start the titling and land surveying is a bit complicated. How can we go about it? Another question, I wanted to know if the government still releases, and if the government still releases, what is the process that someone takes to release the government land? Thank you.
That's okay. Can we have a fourth one?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Emmanuel Ahumuza. I work with KABALE Municipal Council as a physical planner. My first question goes to Ronnie. He talked about the transformations that have happened in land tenure systems. And my question is, if someone had a freehold title that was gotten like in 1962, you said that in 75, under the land reform decree, all land converted to lease. And eventually, the tenure systems were brought back in 95. So do we consider the freehold of 1962 a valid freehold title? That is one. And then number two, it is more of a caution, because when you talked about the lands that you are going to be looking at, we have lakes, rivers, buffers, corridors that have power lines, and so on. So if you are to do a comprehensive inventory, you need to be very, very ready to work. Most of the consultants who come, they want to come for 1 or 2 days and they go back. Yet I think this work, like when you come to KABALE, you need ample time to really do something comprehensive. Thank you.
The last one.
Thank you very much. I am Grand Emmanuel, Staff Surveyor, Rwanda District. My concern is almost similar to our Secretary Land Board, because we have been processing certificates of land title in the names of local government. Do we need to transfer them to LLC immediately? Then another one goes to Mr. Alex. You talked about exemption of stamp duty when we are transferring titles from government to government. I have a scenario where we are stuck with certificates of title which were processed in the names of our lower local entities, but when we tried to transfer them, the URA people said we have to pay stamp duty in order to get them transferred. Are they aware of this act you talked about, Stamp Duty Act Cap 339? Thank you.
Okay. So may I invite Ronnie to come and answer those questions? First you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your genuine concerns and questions. I'll attempt to answer them, then I'll request my bosses, since they're here, the Secretary of Ghana Land Commission, to support and answer where I need be. Mr. Kakuru Robert asked, appreciated that the inventory looks to be comprehensive enough, but he's wondering how friendly it will be for the users. Like I said, we are doing this with you, and we are taking you as a very valuable stakeholder. So each of our processes, we intend to have you interface with the inventory database or any process that we're going to do. The essence of that is that in the event you feel that any of the parts of the geodatabase that we are building or the exercise that we're doing is not friendly enough, we'll take that feedback and be able to improve on the friendliness of the user interfaces of the inventory. But we promise that since we've started with these stakeholder engagements, we promise that the final output of the inventory will be friendly enough for all the users, starting with the general public, the technical people at the districts, anyone will be able to use this inventory in a friendly manner. But also in my presentation, I said that will be capacity building for the technical people at all local governments on how to use the inventory. How do you query it if you need to know land in Ruampara or KABALE? So there will be stakeholder engagement. And we believe that when the teams come here to start the survey exercise, they will also have other engagement to demonstrate to you how the inventory will be working. Then we'll also be taking feedback on each of those stages that we'll be doing. Then he also cited of the back and forth of the processes. Won't that cause problems? That's why we are here, to get a feedback from you on what are the challenges. Why is it that we've taken all these years not to have a comprehensive inventory of government land? So if there are any challenges that you feel that government has to address, we can address it either in this room or through your recommendations. We can scale it up to the ministry or wherever we need to get support to see to it that we reduce on the back and forth of processes that are involved in registering government land. This should enable us to fast track the registration. I'll join that with the gentleman who spoke last about transfer of titles to government. Like Alex stated, government does not pay government. That is the principle for transfer. And there is a statutory instrument, the directive on exemption of government from payment of stamp duty. So the event that you feel you want to transfer, but they're asking you to pay stamp duty, you just need to write to the chief government valuer. They will assess it and they'll put a declaration of the exemption of that. So the ministry zonal staff government valuer here should be able to know that how that works. In the event that you're finding more challenges, kindly reach out to us. We can scale up your matter to the office of the chief government valuer to see to it that your transfer forms are declared for exemption and the transfer should be effected. I want to also ask our colleagues at the zonal office. Government, yes, maybe someone there wants to say something on the zonal office. The problem is not with the URA.
Indeed, like you have said, government to government should not pay taxes, especially stamp duty. But the system we are using is a bit rigid. That in order to access the steps of transferring that property, you must have a PRN, which is a proof of payment of something. So therefore, it's us who tell you, go and pay the minimum, the nominal stamp duty, which is 15,000 at least, to allow the transfer go on. Otherwise, you're exempted. But the system does not allow us to process. Thank you.
Well, I'll leave it at that. Maybe the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission will give more clarity on that, because we have several cases at ULC where we are dealing with transfers, and whereas the practice has always been that we pay the minimum of 15K, there's a statutory declaration that government should not pay the stamp duty. So kindly, I request that we liaise with those at the center to see to it that we support the local government on the transfers to be done. The Secretary, District Land Board, had a query. I will guide that let the government valuer at your offices work closely with the valuers at the center and also the chief government valuer. There is a way out on how the declaration is done, and once that is done, they should not the district or local government should not be able to pay any fee. The stamp duty is exempt for government transfers. Thank you. The Secretary of Land Board had a query on a typical the illustration of the parcels. He says the details are too many information that has to be captured, yet maybe some districts are understaffed. They don't have valuers. They may not have all these experts to do the values and the rest. Uganda Land Commission, like we said, is working closely with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Whereas we've started with working with the survey department, we're also working with all the other departments. The Department of Valuation under the Chief Government Valuer's Office also has a mandate that whereas the surveyors come and survey, the valuers from the Office of the Government Valuer will come and pick and support wherever our surveyors are passed to pick up this information and put it onto the system. Similarly, the other departments of physical planning and land use planning are also working with us. Where the surveyors pass, the physical planners and land use planners come, pick up more of that information. But also, the Commission is exploring more alternatives of bringing on the private practitioners. We intend that if the work becomes too big for the staff that we have in government, the Commission or government should be able to get the private professionals, registered professionals to support the exercise to see to it that this is done in the shortest time possible. So I want to promise you that it will be done. However comprehensive it is, we need this to be done in the shortest time possible. Then there's a query, there's a concern whether the titles under local government should be brought under the Uganda Land Commission. Maybe that's not true. We encourage local governments to go ahead and register land like you've been doing for under the local governments. But what we require from you is that you submit to us the information of all government land that you've either registered or land parcels that you haven't registered. It is okay for it to be reading Rwanda district and this primary school or health facility, but we want to know all of them registered, how are they registered, and all that information. But also there are some cases where maybe there's already history that government, maybe Uganda Commission already had a title on such land parcels. What we do in such cases, we go ahead maybe to put you, Uganda Land Commission, but put you as a user entity. So most of these registrations and the rest are handled on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, but the Secretary of ULC will go ahead to expound more on these. The categories of government land, we have a challenge of institutions where land was donated by foundation bodies and the rest. Allow me to leave that as well to the Secretary of the Uganda Land Commission. And to answer the one whether government still leases land, yes, government up to today leases out land. but the essence of government land is that it should be used for public purposes. The only land that we get to lease out should be that the user department, ministry or agency should not be having interest, or the land is in a location where the entity has gotten an alternative land somewhere else to use. So in the event that you have a parcel of government land that may be used to belongs to Ministry of Agriculture, and they feel that they do not have an immediate use of such land parcels, you can fill in your application, send it to us. We'll work, the Uganda Land Commission will work closely with the relevant ministry, department, or agency to see to it they get a letter of no objection. The Native Constitution basically give back the rights, ownership to the people who it's been fighting to rights to. So if someone was a landowner in 1960, then they decried him of that right. The basic things that the Constitution 1995 mean was like to give back can possibly keep rights. If you had a people in 1960 that means still have your interest was Christian back, you as which means your case if you came Germany the freehold titles are had in 1960, whereas it was abolished in 1975. In 1985, the land was back to whereas in there are some land that still remain like government. I think I was talking about that.
Thank you, Ronnie. You've responded very comprehensively to most of the issues. And even the last one that you are talking about, the freehold, we have a principal register of titles. He would have been the best person to authoritatively take on that question. But I hope he agrees with what you've submitted, unless he has a different opinion. He agrees. The one for the stamp duty, that one has also been ably answered. It is actually in the Stamp Duty Act, section 3.2, where government is exempted from paying stamp duty. it actually reads that that section provides that duty is not chargeable in respect of an instrument executed by or on behalf of or in favor of the government in any case where, but for this exemption, the government would be liable to pay the duty chargeable in respect of the instrument. So it is section 3.2 of the Stamp Duty Act. But like Mr. Wanomba has explained, it is just, the law is not the problem, it is the system. Although for us in Kampala, there is a special desk at the Diamond Trust building. There is a URA office at Diamond Trust, which does the zero PRN. But I think they haven't rolled it out across the entire country. So the shortcut has been having maybe a small stamp duty paid so that the system can accept it. Then the question on land that does not have evidence of agreements, it was donated by institutions, by individuals. I think we had a similar case in Kampala where they demolished the Endeavour Church. Was it Endeavour? It was a similar thing. And why it was demolished was also because of lack of to see how best this land can be registered, or we need, I think they have a provision of vesting orders. Or maybe request Mr. Wanomba to come and talk about the vesting. There's that provision. For example, if you have a title and you bought land, but the person you bought from disappeared, you can't access them. You have your title, but you can't be on the title. There's a provision in the Registration of Titles Act for vesting. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Wanomba, who is the registration expert here, to give us better insight. And how long the exercise will take? Our target, since we are looking at the entire land, we want to have this exercise done in 5 years. That is our target. And the Minister of Finance is committed to providing resources towards this exercise. In this financial alone, they've so far given us 6 billion. But depending on how we perform excellently well, they'll definitely give us more resources. So the fate of the exercise is with all of us. The ball is in our court. Let us do the best we can so that we can attract even more resources. Because even where we've been asking the local governments to be supported in titling their land. And we want to have this exercise covering the entire government, both central and local, so that we close this chapter once and for all. So maybe Mr. Wanomba, you can explain a bit on the registration where we do not have agreements.
Very much, Andrew. Like you has requested me to say a word about the vesting of ownership or vesting of the title into your names. These provisions are in the RTA, that's Registration of Titles Act. What you have to prove to us are the following: that you cannot find the vendor, is lost. You don't have an instrument of transfer, that the transfer instrument, you never left with the transfer. But you must prove purchase, that you purchased from this person, and you can't find him the transfer deed. So you come to the commissioner, purposely for that vesting order, which is the transfer itself. You use it to transfer the land into your names, because you can't find the vendor. It can either be the commissioner, land registration, or can be court. But these days the courts are saying, you know, first go by commissioner to handle. If you can't, you must put his reasons into writing, then you come to court, you get a vesting order if you can convince the court. That's if you're afraid to convince the commissioner. In our offices, it's a bit very risky transaction. One of the most deadly transactions are those vesting orders. We hardly give it out risks because of risks involved. You can't lie to me, you can't find the vendor, or you forge the purchase agreement. When I transfer the property into you, somebody surfaces afterwards and denies the transaction. So we rarely entertain it. Mostly, we shall refer you to court. As I leave that issue, I also have an issue to the secretary. You say ULC holds or owns the land for the people of Uganda in trust. But I've been receiving transactions in my office of conversion from leases of ULC to holds. Even for leases that are still on initial term of 5 years. Whereas you know very well that under section, I think 28, the lease doesn't qualify to be converted to freehold. Then you instruct the Register of Titles, please convert this lease to freehold, the names of the lessee. I not deprive the Ugandans of their right to that property, because once I convert it, you are losing out interest as the controlling authority. Thank you.
Do you want to say something, Andrew?
What I know, the Commission stopped converting leases around 2013 following a cabinet directive. So I'm not aware of any recent instruction to the Commission on Land Registration to convert a ULC lease to freehold. But maybe the 1975 decrees are those leases, and I think former public land, which are managed by the district land boards. The law provides for conversion of those. But you'll find the lease agreement will have Uganda Land Commission, lease issued in 1977, but those ones went to the land boards. I would suspect that maybe that is the case. But at least in my regime, I've not seen any letter requesting the conversion of a Uganda Land Commission lease to freehold. And maybe from the land boards, and maybe also because we've not had this comprehensive inventory, maybe such cases might be there. Maybe the land board has issued on behalf of wrongly, maybe. That is what I would respond to that issue.
Thank you, Andrew. Somebody sent a paper, and on that paper there was some question. One question has been answered regarding that land which is donated, and we have public utilities on it. Then the other one was, we need public libraries for information revealing some of these issues. Because even in this meeting, leaders here in this meeting are the real culprits. These are not my words. Number 3, we need people from Kampala accompanied by security officers to handle the eviction. The way trade management order was handled. Otherwise, our local leaders fear to handle land cases because of intimidation and consequences. Lastly, thank you for waking up. Thank you for that very honest communication to us, but I want to allay your fears. Uganda Land Commission is already holding, not necessarily public libraries, but we have been on radios. In every district we go to the local radios. But even when we go to the districts and when we go to do this particular exercise, we shall engage the local people. We shall invite everybody concerned, and that is why we need your help. If you feel you cannot talk to those people, when we come to your district, mobilize them, because we don't know who they are and who you fear, so that we can address them. This exercise is not us, but a government exercise. Security, it was already mentioned that all security organs will be brought on board, and they are part of the stakeholders in these meetings. I don't know if we have any here, but in the other meetings, they have been there. Feel at peace and feel at Jesus. You'll be safe, because what we are doing is for the good of our country. Lastly, because we're coming to the end of this workshop, there's something we have not mentioned, which is one of our mandates, and that is collecting non-tax revenue. Of the many things that we have talked of, there are people who own pool houses in different districts. Yes, we obtained these houses and the titles are now in our names, but they have 49 years lease, and some of us have never paid since we obtained those houses. You need to pay your ground rent, your annual ground rent. There is no way we shall extend your lease when you have never paid a coin. And unfortunately, as we go on, we may start charging interest on that ground rent, which you have not paid. So please try to find out how you can pay that rent, ground rent, and that ground rent is paid to ULC, not the districts. Secondly, when you own that property, do not dare go to the district to get a freehold. The district land boards have been giving freehold to people who own that property, but it is not right, because ULC owns that property and you are just holding it. But for any renewal of your lease, we shall look at your record on how you have paid. So with those few words, I want to thank you. Thank you for being a very good audience. We shall now enter the final stage, which is the closing, and allow me to invite my colleague Commissioner, Honorable Helen Christine Aporo, to handle that. Thank you, and I wish you journey mercies back home.
Once again, put our hands together for Commissioner Rosemary. We are now coming to the close of our workshop, and I'm going to invite the chairperson of Rukungiri district to come and make his remarks. Chairman Rukungiri, please come. We are going to be as brief as possible because people need to travel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to write on the protocol which has been used. My name is Katebira Anderson, LC5 Chairman, the Rukungiri District Local Government. Allow me to thank the Honorable Minister and the Uganda Land Commission for this opportunity, for organizing this important stakeholders meeting where we have had a lot of submissions. We've been learned from one another on the comprehensive government land inventory, and us as the various stakeholders, our roles and responsibilities. So I think let's clap for them. I want to appreciate all those who have made submissions. They were very educative. We have learned a lot. And we appreciate. I also want to add my voice on the one who thanked the ministry and the Uganda Land Commission for waking up. Indeed, I think we have kept quiet and we have slept for so long. We are waking up when most of the land has been grabbed. I hope we shall be able to retrieve it. Now, a lot of land has been stolen, and it is mostly for schools, for offices like RDCs, even police land. I was in some areas has also been stolen. Churches, institutions, but who steals this land? It is not the ordinary person. No ordinary person will steal. Like if you go to Mbara, that land for stock farm, part of it was taken, even the RDC's office. Part of it was encroached. Some of these farms, which you know, one time when it was in the news about this Koro Secondary School, where you are not far from there, you have offices for Uganda Land Commission. It was also, I think, mysteriously changed hands. I don't know where it ended, but we have had those challenges. But on behalf of the audience, allow me to thank the Minister and the Uganda Land Commission for waking up to the need now, and you are putting mitigation measures in place, and we are going to, as stakeholders, we are going to partner with you in that responsibility of putting of registering, of titling to this government land. We're wondering actually earlier why it was government titling, giving out these titles. So why was it difficult to title our own land? And then why did we have to pay so much? Why did it have to take long? You find that if you are titling government land and an individual, sometimes it is faster to title an individual's land than a government land. So now I've seen the announcements by the minister. These interventions are most welcome, and they are going to help us in restoring government land. And I think I have been told, actually one of you mentioned that this exercise is supposed to be done within 5 years. I think this is very good. Let's clap for them. As you have seen, we have taken a lot of time, and most of us are going far. So in interest of time, allow me to thank you again and end here. God bless you.
Can we put our hands again for the chairman for those remarks? I'm now going to make closing remarks on behalf of the chairperson, Uganda Land Commission. My name is Commissioner Christine Helen Amongin Aporu. Chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, colleague commissioners, acting PS and staff from the ministry, the district officials, the religious and cultural leaders, all stakeholders, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to a conclusion of our stakeholders meeting workshop on comprehensive government land inventory workshop for Kigezi sub-region. We are here represented by 6 districts. I want in absentia to thank our minister responsible for lands, Honorable Ntabazi Harriet, for personally coming to Kigezi region and spending a half of the day with us. In the same vein, I thank the acting permanent secretary and the ministry officials for joining hands in this stakeholder engagement. As we are here, what ULC needs from the stakeholders was already mentioned, but for emphasis, the MDS, you have to nominate focal point persons that are going to work with the ULC to support this exercise. The local governments, you need to share your plans and share land use information with the ULC because we need to work as partners. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to provide technical support to ULC during the exercise, especially in the area of survey and mapping. And then the leases, you need to have updated records and comply with the lease and ground rent obligations. And we are calling all of us partners who are here to make sure that the ground rent is effectively paid. When we get back to our respective districts, we need to again look at the documents that have been given to us, and especially on the area of titling, we need to encourage you to look at the 7 titling pathways that were presented to us during this meeting. Some of us get documents and just put them on the shelves, but we want to encourage you that since a lot of time has been given to prepare these documents, please do read them. Even in the bags that you were given, the frequently asked question booklet is also inside. So we need you to go through the untitled government land that is vested into ULC. You read about the land that is acquired by ULC under the land fund, the customary land that is acquired by government, and also the land that is already titled, the leasehold, the Milo land, the freehold. All this you need to discuss in your various districts. And I thank our partners, those who are in private sector who have come to this meeting for their participation. It gives us a very good assurance that people are now concerned about this exercise of the land inventory. Finally, on behalf of Uganda Land Commission, we want to say that the 5 regional stakeholder workshops so far that have taken place have been so productive. And our rapporteurs have been capturing issues, matters, region by region, what we shall need to work on. So on behalf of the chairperson, Professor Nyeko Penimogi, I take this great honor and opportunity to declare the Kigezi Region Stakeholder Workshop officially closed for God and my country.
I think the chair deserves another round of applause.
I want to take this opportunity.
I want also to take this opportunity to thank every one of you who has been here from morning up to this time. It has been a hectic day.
When
I want
government
to
land is
thank
protected, we are the
the commission,
us who are here and the future generations.
If the
this
ownership
process,
of land
as well as the
is
Ministry of Land,
disputed,
Housing and Urban Development,
Us who are here
and also for every one of you who received the invitations and you were able to come. Some administrative announcements. The first one is we have tea is ready.
When government land is protected, we are the
Please ensure you
us
take
who are here
a cup of
and the
tea
future
for your
generations.
if the
so
ownership
that,
of land
you go energized.
is disputed,
The next
if
one
boundaries
is
are unclear,
we are going to
if documentation
give
are
out
not there
allowances
or are
in
not
form
able
of
to be
per
found,
diem for
the
the
implementation
upcountry
of these programs
participants.
is slowed down.
I
This
don't
land which
think
we call
KABALE
government
is
land
upcountry
is our land
because
for
we are home.
generations to come.
Yeah, so
When it
for
is
you,
forestry
you'll
land,
be given
whether
a more
it is
modest
national park,
transport
whether it
refund
is a wetland,
that
it is
enables
reserved
you to
for
reach
us,
here.
our
But also
future
even the
generation.
participants from
I think what
upcountry,
many people
as
don't
the
understand
invitation letter was,
is that the
2
presence of
vehicles
government
per
land in your
district.
area
So
is a big asset
that
for
said,
development of that area.
I have
Nochima
my
yangu eri
other
n'itaka
stuff I do not
rya
know
rya-
where
rya
they are.
ganji bakandi bagyete
But,
ganji
for
nogimanya ngu
Rwanda
niweterandi
and
n'okukusa
KABALE,
n'okukusa n'ebihandiiko tooza okutoza
try to check it.
okwiba amataka ga gavumenti.
They need to
I
see
want
them.
to tell you
They will be handled
So if
by
we don't
Red
utilize
Cross
these
Sharon.
chances as they come in,
Then for
time will come.
Kanungu and
Another region will enjoy.
you'll be handled
Remember, there are
by a
regions which
gentleman called
wasted
Nicholas.
their time. You don't want to
Then
go there.
for Ruchiga,
Now they are crying
you'll be
for
handled by
But I
a lady
think
called
since the president
Christine.
declared
She
this
has been
term,
around. Christine, you can
Isanja, no
stand
more
up and
sleeping
see.
and no more corruption.
So
I
he's
think we
handling
earned it. We
Ruchiga.
must get
And then
So it is our
Hilda,
responsibility.
the young lady is going to handle
Our
Soro,
responsibility, all
and
of us,
Sylvia
all of us in
is
leadership,
going to handle
all of
the
us in
drivers.
government,
I think drivers
protect
have already
government land.
been handled.
Leave it for
but
major
we are
government
receiving
development.
cases
You
of,
must be number one in reporting. And once they know that there is a person reporting in Imbarara tozanyirayo, zanira hand.
we
So
only
for the people of
experiencing
Mbarara
some
sub-region,
challenges of some
the
of
people
you
whom I know
drivers who didn't register.
love development.
And
The people whom
we are
I
going
know
to
understand
request the bosses to
where
come
they are
with
going,
them for verification.
where they are coming from, and where they are.
um,
And those who have a
lastly,
wider Ankole understanding,
we want to thank the people of
with a wider importance
You've been
of
so
utilization of
good,
their land
so good.
and the land for
Like
government.
the chair said, the
Your
rapporteurs
effort
have captured every bit of
And let us
your
work together.
submission, and,
Both central
we
government,
hope that
local
we
governments,
will have
cultural leaders,
a very good
professionals,
comprehensive
communities,
government land inventory.
civil society organizations,
That, may I
the
request
private sector,
Sheikh
to ensure that
Bashir
land
Atollo to come
is no
and give
longer
us a closing
uncertain
so that
or no longer poorly understood.
we go
Tonight I'm going to sleep. In
masses
fact, I'm going to
back
stay
home.
here.
Because lastly,
Uganda Land
the
Commission
is going to be
you
done
have
in
really
this tent here.
pulled me from from 90,
Okay, so
from 100,
this-
at least
a past
60.
10.
Let's
Thank
not
you so much.
shame
Sheikh,
our president
come and
who
give us,
appointed us in different
a closing
posts.
prayer.
Now let's 60. Let's not shame our president who appointed us in different posts. Now
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Mbarara City, the land of milk and honey.
When government land is protected, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Us who are here and the future generations.
If the ownership of land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, if documentations are not there or are not able to be found, the implementation of these programs is slowed down.
This land which we call government land is our land for generations to come. When it is forestry land, whether it is national park, whether it is a wetland, it is reserved for us, our future generation.
I think what many people don't understand is that the presence of government land in your area is a big asset for the development of that area.
Nochima yangu eri nitaka rya ganji bakandi bajete ganji. Nochima yangu nuwetera land of milk and honey.
When government land is protected, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Us who are here and the future generations.
If the ownership of land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, if documentations are not there or are not able to be found, the implementation of these programs is slowed down.
This land which we call government land is our land for generations to come. When it is forestry land, whether it is national park, whether it is a wetland, it is reserved for us, our future generation.
I think what many people don't understand is that the presence of government land in your area is a big asset for the development of that area.
Nochima yangu eri nitaka rya ganji bakandi bajete ganji. Nochima yangu nuweterandi nokukusa nebandi koto amataka ga government. I want to tell you, God will curse you.
So if we don't utilize these chances as they come in, time will come, another region will enjoy. Remember, there are regions which wasted their time. They don't want to go there. Now they are crying of poverty.
But I think since the president declared this term, Kisanja, no more sleeping and no more corruption, I think we are at it. We must get all our land back.
So it is our responsibility, all of us in leadership, all of us in government, to protect government land. Leave it for major government development.
You must be number one in reporting. And once they know that there is a person reporting in Mbarara to zanirayo, zanira hand. So for the people of Mbarara sub-region, the people whom I know love development. The people whom I know understand where they are going, where they are coming from, and where
ebirala tonyumizatia wemba ni musanyu lyange ebirala masetaaga se wemba ne bwenjagalatia ebirala tonyumizatia wemba ni musanyu lyange ebirala masetaaga
Oh my God, onoja sura ekubolya kwatalida ntebe nawambe kisenge kye kyewagula nayo mukwano gwe kundeka seke nze gye tukube emmese Muhammadi Allah waswalama gwe wampa iseva ikamfata gwe wamponya obwami buafata tiwekoza n'otolya mangada uli wano mutima gundi wano yene wetuyuza amasuka gago anything that you need in my love nze byonna digituwana go nyongere nawe totonkayanya kundi wontankolenja yegwantanula go nyongere nawe totonkayanya kundi wontankolenja yegwantanula
Gundi, olirake gundi ofunye nze gundi atali kukuba bingumi dumi lakaduyu buli watunula nze nokutuka bitundu nyabo okisano kukukuto budde mbisawo sikumala nkuddamu era nkukuba ddawo nakayimba tukakoze nkusaza nsalo kirimanjalo tondeka sikuleka